Please be in the right live. I think I'm in the wrong live. Oh, there, I'm in the right live. Okay. Sorry, guys. I am sorry I was late. It's been a crazy day. I got a lot done, though, in my room, which is good. Tomorrow I'm going to get a lot more done in there, and then I hope to maybe, because it's so cold, maybe I'm going to color my hair tomorrow. We'll see how that goes. But let me find out where you guys are, because I don't know. Here you are. Okay, and the trial today. Well, first they started, hi everybody. Okay, I'm sorry I'm late. And I had to end the Zoom because I couldn't, because I knew that if I went into the Zoom and you guys were in there that I would never get on. And I knew I had to start a new one anyway. Sorry about that. I'll open it up in a minute. Hi Deborah, hi Barb. I wasn't in Zoom at all today, I don't think. For maybe a few minutes. It's Bink. Julianne. Hey Jen Grill, how are you? Barbara Olson, I got that. And Margot, Kevin. I should be in live chat. Deborah Vancouverden. Nicole. Let me go here. Okay. And why am I not seeing things? My eyes are going. Oh, I had a dream, a really weird dream. And it was like somebody was saying the number of something, and it was like incorporated into my dream. It was so weird. Hi, Teresa, Glean. I can't even remember who was saying it. Okay. I've been having like weird dreams, like I'm half awake or something. When I'm Janae. Hi. Okay. So today, the Murdaugh trial, they started off about, they're still talking about the financial stuff to see if they're going to admit it in front of the jury. And it's funny because you see Creighton Waters and he's walking around in front of the jury box, which is empty. Hi, Sherry. And they talked about, just about how Alex happened to be overdrawn almost like $400,000. And just when a memo was going around to these people at the bank, so they had the new CEO of Palmetto Bank on the stand. Now remember Lafitte, who just was convicted, and I don't think he's been sentenced yet, or he might be sentenced. He was obviously removed with the charges. And so this guy took over, and he said there was a memo sent around because he used to be there in the bank in another capacity. I think it was the vice president or the president or something. That Alex was overdrawn almost $400,000, and then immediately Lafitte took care of it by depositing $400,000 in Alex's account. So they were telling about like the shady stuff that went on there. And then his housekeeper's son came, he's 32. He looks so young. He came and he just explained that he never saw any money and that he would ask Alex what's going on. And Alex said, maybe I can get you and your brother $100,000, but they never saw a dime. And it was quick. And then the cross on him, they said, well, how many times did you call him? Is it on there? Maybe it's 4 or 5 times a year. Maybe you didn't get a hold of him or something, all of that jazz. Then they dismissed that. Then they had some more. What they have? They went after him. Did they go? I'm trying to think. Wait a minute. I got to get all my stuff out here. I was trying to do this, but I always have to go back. Let me get some kind of graphics. So this was the guy that's taken over as CEO of the bank here. John Malinowski. So the timing that Russell Lafitte made this deposit into Alex's account, okay, like I said, came on the very same day people at the bank started asking questions. And this was in August of 2021, just about little over 2 months after the murders, right? And but then they found out that there were loan application documents signed by Alex that the date was backdated to July 15th. And there was collateral it was a $750,000 loan. And then it was supposed to be a second mortgage on Alex's Edisto Beach house. And that's what I said when we went past the Edisto Beach house, right? But you know what? Remember when I said it was Maggie's house? Guess what? It was Maggie's house. The Edisto Beach house was in his wife's name. And he couldn't even get a second mortgage on it because it was tied up in probate after her death, right? So that was all a lie. And the loan documents were fake. And then there was something about they were trying to sell a $250,000 share into a hunting club called Green Swamp. But that hunting club share was already pledged as collateral for 2 other speculative investment properties. So lots of fraud going on, okay? So there was no collateral for a $750,000 loan. Russell Lafitte had tried to explain away the legitimacy of the beach house second mortgage by saying an appraisal had been ordered back in April of 2021, but the appraisal was done for a beach house renovation, not a second mortgage. And this new president said, had the bank known the full picture of Murdaugh's financial position, they would never have continued to loan him money. In the cross-examination, he attempts to use the exact same arguments that the convicted bank CEO Russell Lafitte's lawyers used in his federal trial, which didn't work well for Lafitte, so why would they think it's going to work well for him? And they said that technically Murdoch had support and approval by majority of the bank's executive committee, and that the bank president and the chairman, Charlie Lafitte, had pledged the bank would continue giving Murdoch loans in a board meeting in August of 2021. Now, again, Russell Lafitte was convicted of 6 federal bank fraud conspiracy charges after he, his father, and his sister tried to make this same argument in the federal trial. Lafitte and Murdoch were stealing money to pay back Murdoch's egregious overdrafts and loans, and several members of the bank's board of directors testified the bank bylaws did not give Lafitte, his dad and sister, authority to do what they did. See, they all think they're above anything, right? They're just have this entitlement. And then Griffin asked Malinowski about FDIC audits, and he said, to his knowledge, Palmetto State Bank has not been flagged by FDIC auditors. Creighton Waters asked if the loan to remodel the Edisto house said anything about $350,000 to Chris Wilson to make up funds diverted from a law firm and $400,000 to cover significant $347,000 overdraft, and he said no. And Waters said, did Alex's account run to negative $347K quickly after the June 7th murders? Malinowski said yes. Waters said, and the bank kept paying? Malinowski said yes. Waters said, perhaps the most generous overdraft policy ever seen? Malinowski said, quite possibly. He also said that Alex Murdaugh couldn't have foreclosed Berkeley County properties without paying back defaulted charged-off loans, plus interest and late fees. He clarified the appraisal of the Edisto Beach property was to renew the pre-existing mortgage for remodeling purposes, not to get a new $750,000. And that's what I was saying about like the Edisto Beach house. It wasn't like this ostentatious house. It was a nice house, right? It wasn't right on the beach, though. And it wasn't that they had bought it with cash. Where was all this money going, right? Aren't you wondering where all this money is going? Okay. Waters asked if all Murdaugh's thefts had come out and he was fired from his job, would the bank have continued lending him money? Malinowski said, no, in no uncertain terms. We're not doing it. Okay, and this was the housekeeper's son, like I said. Michael Tony Satterfield. He said that his mother died. She died at Alex's house. Did she die right away? No. She died about 3 weeks after that in the hospital. Did she ever regain consciousness to tell you what happened? No. Did you ever know that Alex had a $500,000 insurance policy and an umbrella policy worth more than $5 million? No. Let's see. And then he said again, eventually Alex told him he hoped to get him and his brother $100,000 each, and that the family had advised him, because they saw in the media that there was a settlement in his mother's case. And Tony called Alex in June of 2021. Either he couldn't remember if it was before the murders or after, to ask about the status. And Alex said it was making progress and would be probably settled around the end of the year. And he never saw anything. But Murdaugh had already gotten the settlements. Remember the $505,000 and $3.8 million? And that was diverted through that fake forge account that he had to that account. Tony never got a cent until after the settlements were discovered and lawsuits were filed in September of 2021. And then in the cross-examination, Jim Griffin's doing the cross, asked Tony if he could remember if it was before or after that the murders that he spoke to Alex, but he couldn't. Tony said he spoke to Alex 3 or 4 times throughout the year. He couldn't remember exactly how many times or who called who. And the third witness, without the jury, was Carson Burney. Got a picture of Carson for you guys. This is pretty fast. He examined the money. He's a forensic accountant for the State Grand Jury Division of the South Carolina Attorney General's Office. He examined money coming in and going out of Alex's accounts and going into loan payments. He said the method of tracking, named first in, first out, simply means the first money into the account is the first money out of an account for sequential tracking purposes. He was asked about the Farris case, and that's the one which Alex convinced Chris Wilson, to pay his fees directly and converted law firm funds for his own personal use. He got 3 checks in the Farris case from Chris Wilson to Alex. They were in the amounts of $370,000, $192,000, and $225,000. Prosecutors showed that a $507,000 payment from Murdaugh's account to C.E. Smith, Curtis Edward Smith, that's Cousin Eddie, okay? So Cousin Eddie got that payment of $507,000. And the funds, the flow of funds was the fake forge account money would flow out to other accounts, like Alex's personal checking accounts, etc. So out of the $792,000 settlement Farris case, $747,000 was dispersed. Okay, and fourth witness was Thomas Darnell. He's qualified as a fingerprint expert. Okay, and he started to talk all about the heating up the, what do you call it? I'm losing my mind here. The crazy glue, the super glue, and that the vapors will bond onto something, because he said fingerprints are primarily moisture, about 98%. So he received items to test for fingerprints in the Murdaugh case. and they brought in that 300 blackout rifle shell casing on which Darnell said no fingerprint evidence was observed. Darnell said they don't usually find a lot of fingerprints on fired cartridges, and that's due to the heat and friction when you fire the gun. Okay. Let's see. Next, they brought out the spent shotgun shells, and Darnell said they typically don't have a lot of success lifting prints from those either. He said in his 30 years, he's very, very rarely been able to ever lift a fingerprint from a cartridge case or a shot shell, and none that he's been able to positively identify from the print information they did find. Now, prints taken from the Benelli 12-gauge shotgun, that's the one that Alex had with him when the police arrived that night of the murders. Darnell said he checked several areas of the gun where they know they would typically have success finding prints and DNA. In the cell phone, he swapped for DNA and tested for fingerprints. He found a very small amount of fingerprints, but not enough detail or clarity to compare anything. Tested several other shotguns and a 300 blackout rifle. Nothing of value was found. They used very bright lights, fluorescent dye stains. They used super glue, fuming method. Nothing. They tested the 30-round magazine and each 300 blackout unfired cartridge. Nothing was found, and they ran swabs and sent to the DNA department. Then Dick Harpootlian did the cross. And Darnell said there's lots of other things that could influence no prints on fired cartridges and shell, including the weather, the moisture, and many other things. Harpootlian asked, is there any reason why he wouldn't get prints off of a brass shell? Darnell said friction and close contact in the magazine are one reason. Also, a fingerprint is 98% moisture again, and brass would be conducive to prints, however. He went on to say fingerprints are extremely fragile. And Harpootlian asked if he knows if anyone tested for fingerprints at the murder scene and if he would have done it himself. Darnell said he was unsure if the prints were collected, but said it's important and he would have done it himself. Yes, he would have. Okay. Darnell said that he would have taken detailed notes too, and he said there should have been documentation in the files. And no one from the latent print department at SLED was at the crime scene on the day of the murders, according to this witness, Darnell. He's gone to crime scenes in the past, but his department doesn't usually go. Evidence is normally collected at the scene and then sent to the lab. He repeated that he did identify some evidence of fingerprints on items from the Murdaugh murder scene, but nothing of value for comparison. So nothing observed on that shotgun that Alex had at the scene. There were no fingerprints that were of value on that. Harpootlian asked if Darnell would be surprised to know Murdoch was seen holding the shotgun that evening of the murders, and Darnell said, no. Just because you touch something doesn't mean that you're going to leave fingerprints on it. There's all kinds of variables that could influence whether there's prints or not. Then in a redirect, he testified that crime scene personnel are trained to look for prints at crime scenes, and they're trained to process fingerprints. So Savannah Good, who was doing the redirect, said, with such a bloody scene, did he get any blood prints sent to his lab? And he said no. And the fifth witness was Blake Johnson. And he's a South Carolina SLED agent working in the investigative service in the Low Country, investigates homicides, etc. He did the DNA swabs from Claude C.B. Rowe. That's the guy that Alex said told that crazy story to Paul about that Navy SEAL crap at killing people. Remember that? And that it was entered into the evidence, and that was it on that. The sixth witness was Lawrence Wiggins. Mr. Wiggins. There. And he's the chief of Allendale Town Police Department and a SLED detective back in 2021. He's the one that collected DNA swabs from the caretaker for the Murdaughs, whose name was Roger Davis, and Anthony Cook. Now remember, Anthony Cook is the boyfriend of Mallory Beach, and if you watch that documentary on HBO, hey, when's that other one coming up on the 22nd? And Connor Cook, they were involved in the boat crash with Paul Murdaugh. So they were trying, I guess, to pin it on, maybe, I don't know, that Connor could have had something to do with this or whatever. Okay, then the next witness was Chandler Horney. He was just testifying as to swabs taken from Miley Altman and Morgan Dougherty. They were survivors of the boat crash as well. Okay, and let's see here. And the 8th witness was Joe Albialdi. He had a funny way to remember his name, and I forgot what it was already. I was cleaning my closet while I was listening to that. Okay, so he collected DNA swabs from Randy Murdaugh, H. Torres, and son A. Gonzalez. And then Paul Greer, who's on the screen there. He's a specialist in firearms analysis, and he was on for a while. He's been qualified as an expert on the firearms and the tool marks and the unique abrasions found on the shotguns and the cartridges casings. And defense tried to prevent Greer from testifying, but the judge rejected it. And Paul Murdaugh's friend Will Loving said that he and Paul fired the .300 Blackout AR-style rifle outside the gunroom door just a couple of months before the murders. That rifle's missing. Greer first discussed the history of the AR-15 rifle. He said it's highly modular, semi-automatic rifle platform and blah, 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 blah. Okay, if you want to go listen to that if you're really interested in that part of it. He just explained a lot about the guns and about the .300 Blackout cartridge was designed to be used in AR-style rifles, and it's just a much larger bullet, but a similar-sized cartridge. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. He said he submitted a number of items to analyze pertinent to the Murdaugh case. He reviewed several of the Blackout cartridges collected from the crime scene, and he said that they were manufactured by S&B, which is Cellier and Bellet. Now, Jim Griffin objects again and says, he can't give his opinion on the findings of the analysis, even though he's been qualified as an expert. It's not... Marks is an accepted peer review science. The objection was noted by the judge, and Greer and the state were allowed to continue. Greer identified shotgun shells recovered from the crime scene where Paul's body was found. He examined the Benelli Super Black Eagle 12-gauge shotgun that Alex Murdaugh had at the scene. It was found with 12-gauge buckshot and 16-gauge small game load. Now remember that agent from SLED that said she had to manually remove the 16-gauge shell because it was stuck in there. It was in there improperly. And then the state said 24 birdshot pellets from a shotgun shell inside the feed room at the crime scene. A fire bullet found in the bedding inside a doghouse at the crime scene. This is all introduced. The bullet jacket fragments, a piece of lead found in a hole in the ground at the crime scene, a piece of lead recovered on Maggie's body, 48 birdshot pellets from the shoulder and head of Paul Murdaugh, and a plastic shot shell wad fragments from Paul's shoulder and chest. Okay. All right, let me get something else up here. And there was something. What was I going to say? There's something I had to say. Let's see more about Greer here. The judge told Creighton Waters to submit a memo or motion with pertinent case law so he can make a ruling on Monday, because Waters said he wanted to ask the partner about the content of the conversation, thinking it's relevant, and then there was an objection from Griffin, and so they look like they're going to do some more of that crap on Monday. Greer said he never told any colleagues that the guns he tested were the murder weapons based on what he observed. Griffin was asking Greer about the science versus the art of tool mark analysis, and he calls it an applied science, saying there's an art to it, but they use highly precise methods and very rigorous testing to come to their conclusions. The defense asked Greer about this 16-gauge shell that was found in the shotgun. They asked if it was dangerous, and Greer said he can't predict what would happen if you tried to fire a 16-gauge from a 12-gauge, because a 16-gauge is smaller, and he wouldn't recommend it. That's the same thing someone else testified to earlier in the trial. Let's see. There was a whole bunch of weight and bullet questions. He was alluding... So Griffin asked if Greer could answer yes or no if his analysis of all these markings and shell casings is based on the assumption that each gun in the world creates unique individual tool markings on shell casings. And Greer wanted to give an exclamation. The defense was fighting him. They want a yes or a no, don't want an exclamation. And the judge said, answer yes or no if you can, and then explain. And Greer said he hasn't seen every gun in the world to say yes or no. So, yeah. And then they talked about rapid fire. Greer doesn't use that terminology, but he said the rifle did not perform as expected. It would have been expected to fire, eject the shell casing, and load a fresh shell each time Greer pulled the trigger. And that can be done quite rapidly with an AR-15, but Greer said it wasn't doing that because there was some malfunction. Major malfunction. Okay. Let's see. There were inconclusive tests on Buster's rifle. That was the other blackout. So there really wasn't... They wanted to know whether or not the 12-gauge shotgun that Alex had at the scene was used to fire shotgun shells near Paul's body. And Greer said, well, his results were inconclusive. It's possible they were, it's possible they weren't. And it could have been fired by that shotgun, but it could have been fired by another shotgun with similar characteristics. They couldn't say. He also looked at the Winchester Drylock 12-gauge 3-inch shotgun shells that were found near Paul's body. And yeah, it's just... Greer also said, this is like what Hillbilly said, some of the bullets recovered at the scene weighed 147 grains. They were the same size as the bullets that were used in the rifles that the Murdaughs owned. There were the 300 blackout shell casings near Maggie's body that had the tool markings identical to the shell casings recovered beside the Murdaugh house and at the shooting range. From 3 separate locations were all the same, so they were all fired by the same gun. And where is that gun? The other shells that were found around the house were tarnished and weathered, showing they had been there for a while. Okay. What else we got here? Of any importance here? This was like, I was cleaning my closet. I'm sorry. And it's just all gun stuff. Even Kevin said this was like all a lot of gun stuff. Nothing. There was nothing like smoking gun. I'm not trying to make it, but it was just either stuff was inconclusive, or it could have been, or it might have been, but there wasn't any like big aha like thing this afternoon. No. There were swabs of reddish brown debris from that shotgun that Alex had, but they didn't talk about that, about the blood or anything yet. And let's see if that was about it. The bullet fragments and a lot of the lead from Maggie's autopsy was introduced into evidence. Birdshot pellet found on Paul's clothing, and something from his left jaw was introduced into evidence. Unfired ammo at the scene. S&B 147 blackout cartridges were entered into evidence. An empty box of S&B 300 blackout ammo was entered in, as long as so were the shell casings from that. And that's it. Then court's going to it ended with Greer, and it's going to resume. Court will resume on Monday. So that's the end of week 2. And I don't know how this trial is going to end in 3 weeks. Does anybody know that? I don't know. Not at all. I don't understand how that's going to end. So, I wish someone would explain that to me. But anyway, let's see here. Okay. Where's my chat here? There we go. Hey, we got a new member. Who became a new member? Thank you for becoming a new member, whoever you were. I'll see it later. Thank you for becoming a new member. Oh, there's our new member. Janae Ann, Sergeant Rambler. Thank you, Janae. You finally got that working, right? You're in the green again. That's nice. Thank you so much. Okay, so let me go to see what else is going in. The defense would not back down with this witness. Yeah. It's so cold here. It's like, I think it's going to get up to like -9 by 3 in the morning or something. It's very, very cold. You have said he's not guilty the whole time until the times are not adding up. Well, oh yeah, we should do a poll. Yeah, and I saw that loin crime has added something, so we'll add something to our poll this time. We'll add an undecided. It's really going to screw things up, and we're not going to be able to compare exactly apples for apples, but who cares? Okay. Okay, let's see. Oopsie. Oopsie. I'm clicking too soon. Okay, start a poll. Someone in another chat room said something interesting. Maybe the murder weapons. I've heard that. I've heard that, Barbosin, but I don't know. I mean, that's weird, right? I don't know. You think so? I don't know. That would be a lot of, that would be something really big that they could talk about, you know? I don't know. I don't know. They just have to maybe take a metal detector over there or something. I don't know, right? I don't know. I did hear that early on. Okay. Go on now. Go on. Go on. Go on. Hi, Snow Remover. Hi, Sherry. Hi, LMNW. Hi, LMNW. Okay. I hope he doesn't get on. Hi, Liz. So let's see. Let me go check out what else is going on in the world today. Eliza Fletcher, remember that jogger that was killed in the early morning hours? And the guy, if there had been something, he wouldn't even have been out to kill her, but he entered a plea of not guilty. Cleotha Abstin Henderson entered a not guilty plea for the kidnapping and murder of Memphis jogger Eliza Fletcher last September. He was arrested 2 days before her body was found outside an abandoned home on September 5th of last year. The chief prosecutor, Paul Hagerman, said that he is now facing aggravated R, convicted felon in possession of a handgun, identity theft, and he was formally indicted by a Shelby County grand jury on January 25th. He disappeared while out for, Eliza disappeared while out for a jog September 2nd, and everybody was searching for her, and they quickly narrowed down a suspect, Abstin Henderson. And then he had an earlier SARR perpetrated by the same suspect. He was suspected in this, but in that case, which was almost a year before Fletcher was abducted and murdered, there was a botched investigation, and that left him on the streets and available to do this to her. So that was really horrible, because the ARC kit that was in that case hadn't been tested for months, and then it returned a hit on Abstin Henderson on September 5th. That's why he was arrested. And then the judge said to the Fletcher family, this case is not going to be a quick one. The court system can move at a snail's pace, and then offered an apology, and I wish we could do things a lot more efficiently. And he's due back in court March 30th. Let's see. It was a horrible trial. I mean, I don't think I can even. I can't even. It's so grotesque. I can't even. There's no way I can cover that trial. It's about a man that did something so crazy to a boy, his own son, for eating cake. I just want to vomit. I'm not covering that. I just can't. Cannot. A 74-year-old Florida Lyft driver is missing, and his car is found in North Carolina. So in North Carolina on Thursday, a man was arrested who led them on a cross-country chase driving a car that was belonging to the Florida Lyft driver. Rutherford County Sheriff Aaron Ellenberg said that Matthew Scott Flores was taken into custody after a crash at Ellenboro. Flores has warrants out for his arrest all over the East Coast, including a murder charge in Florida. The murder charge is in Hardy County. It isn't related to the disappearance of Gary Levin, 74. Lindsay DeBetta, Levin's daughter, said that her father left around 1 p.m. on Monday to pick up riders. His phone went dark about an hour later, she said, and Lyft told her father was active on the driver app at 1:22 p.m. Highway scans spotted Levin's red Kia in Miami, Okeechobee County, Sumter County, and Gainesville before North Carolina, and they gave him a chase. I can't imagine him going and picking someone up in Miami and then going to Okeechobee. Like, that would be, he would let his girlfriend know. They had dinner plans on Monday night and he never came home. He would let her know, hey, I'm driving from Palm Beach Gardens to Miami and then to Okeechobee. The daughter said he's described as having gray hair and brown eyes, 5'7", 170 pounds, and anyone with information should contact Palm Beach Gardens Police Department 561-799-4445. That's sad because it sounds like it's not going to be good. And if this guy already has a murder charge. Oh my gosh. I want to vomit when I hear about that guy, what he did to that little kid. Okay, and that Massachusetts mother that ended up killing all of her children and then trying to kill herself, and she reportedly was taking numerous prescription drugs while trying to get help for horrific side effects. Clancy is facing 2 counts of murder, 3 counts of strangulation or suffocation, and 3 counts of assault and battery with a dangerous weapon in connection with the deaths of her 3 young children. On January 24th, medics were called to the family's Duxbury residence off of Summer Street after the defendant's husband arrived home and found the children unconscious. The 2 children, 5-year-old Cora Clancy and 3-year-old Dawson Clancy, were later declared deceased, but the 3rd child, an 8-month-old Callan Clancy, was alive but then died later. She jumped out of a 2nd-story window in a reported attempted suicide after the attack but survived. Her defense lawyer, Kevin J. Reddington, said that although Clancy didn't misuse her medication, she had extensive side effects that caused her to have both homicidal and suicidal thoughts. One of the major issues here is the horrific over-medication of drugs that caused homicidal ideation and suicidal ideation, Reddington said. Lindsay and her husband went to doctors repeatedly saying, please help us. This was turning her into a zombie. The medications were prescribed were over the top, absolutely over the top. It's over-medication, absolute over-medication, possibly with a component of postpartum depression. It seems she had been taking the following medications when the murders happened: Ambien, Klonopin, Valium, Prozac, Lamicistil, Ativan, Remeron, Seroquel, and Zoloft. Wow. She is currently recovering at Boston Hospital after the suicide attempt. She cannot walk. She can't get out of bed. She can't walk. And I guess her husband is saying, I don't know what the medical prognosis is regarding that, but right now she can't walk. She's not in good physical shape. She's not in good emotional shape. Meanwhile, investigators are exploring whether Lindsay Clancy was dealing with postpartum psychosis at the time of the murders. She reportedly worked as a nurse at Massachusetts General Hospital at the time of the incident, but she was on leave. Wow. The district attorney from Plymouth County, Timothy Cruz, got warrants last month for her arrest. She's expected to come to court and face charges as soon as she's able to do so. Okay, a California physician has died after a Long Beach man allegedly mowed him down with his car before stabbing him. Wow, okay. The incident happened along the PCH at the Crown Valley Parkway intersection at about 3 p.m. while the victim was out taking an afternoon bike ride. Police say the victim, identified as emergency room doctor Michael Mamone, 58 years old, was in the bike lane and stopped at a red light when the suspect, Van Roy Evan Smith, 39 years old, identified as an accountant, struck the victim from behind. Afterwards, Smith got out of his car and stabbed the doctor at least one time in the back. He was rushed to a local hospital where he was pronounced dead. Bystanders who witnessed the incident reportedly prevented Smith from fleeing while waiting for law enforcement to arrive, and he was taken into custody. There were actually locals that were able to detain him until police arrived, said OCSD Sergeant Mike Woodruff. As far as a relationship or a motive, we have no idea at this time. Responding officers found the doctor lying in the intersection, suffering from severe injuries. Smith is now behind bars on suspicion of murder. He's expected to appear in court today. Police reiterated that they are currently working to determine the motive. The pair doesn't appear to be connected beyond the incident. At this time, there's no known connection between the two men. Investigators will determine what led to this incident. And Mamone was a doctor at Providence Mission Hospital. He was well liked and known as an amazing doctor who would often bike to work since he lived blocks away. The hospital released a statement saying, "We are stunned by this devastating tragedy. The entire Mission Hospital family is grieving over the loss of an incredible physician and friend. We will honor Dr. Mamone's dedication to our community and passion for medicine by continuing to provide exceptional care." Wow, that's sad. Okay, so multiple students now are saying they saw Brian Kohlberger around the University of Idaho prior to the murders. Let's see where this is coming from, huh? Let's see. Ooh, what source is this coming from? Let's see where this is coming from. Multiple students say. Oh, guess what? Guess what source this is again? People Magazine. Get out your salt shakers. Can we get I wish I could have a sound effect for sprinkling salt. I would love to have that. Say this is a sprinkling salt update. Are you kidding me? Okay. So this is making news tonight that Chelsea, a sophomore, no last name, at the University of Idaho, said that he was at the food court of the student union and he was drinking water. He was drinking water. He sat by himself. He was the type to stare. He wouldn't look away if you caught him staring, like he wanted you to notice that he was looking at you. He didn't smile, he didn't nod, didn't say anything, he just stared. I told my friend to not be suspicious, but to look at him because the eye contact was making me uncomfortable. It was so weird that we ended up leaving and eating outside because we wanted to get away from him. Another student said it's not a huge school. It's like a small town. So you start seeing the same faces again and again. They become familiar, like you know that you've seen them in class or around campus. I definitely saw him more than once. He was just really quiet and really intense staring. He made me uncomfortable. Okay, get the salt shakers out. Okay, that's that salt shaker Moment was brought to you by Morton Salt. Okay, and like we said yesterday, Gannon Stauk, that trial is coming up now. Can you believe that? It is, finally. It's finally coming up. So the judge set a deadline that all documents need to be submitted for trial by February 13th. Expert reports on her sanity, Letitia Stauk, and a deadline of March 9th for all other motions. And the jury selection is going to begin on March 20th, with the trial slated on the calendar to begin on April 3rd. And the judge, the district attorney said he asked for 6 weeks of trial. Said, I think it's pretty extensive in its findings, what the basis for different conclusions might be. We have to put on more evidence than we otherwise would have, Allen said. And Werner said he plans to seat 12 jurors with 6 alternates. And he's only going to allow audio streaming, which sucks. But at least we have audio streaming, but it still sucks. Okay, sorry. Okay, let me see what else. Do we have anything else? Anything else? And then remember, Anthony Fucci trial is also coming up, right? So yeah, we've got all that coming up. Now let me get the number out and see who's here tonight. See what's going on. Okay. Just take Letitia out and you know the rest. Hey Liz Tops. Hey everybody. Hi Anne. Hi Anne. Where's Scooter? You know, Scooter, I was fooling around in my craft room and I came in and all my craft paper and I said, my crepe paper, and I said I have to go back and make some flowers, and I almost started making some flowers. She's a total waste. Why would someone stab someone that they had just hit with the car? Maybe they thought he wasn't dead and they just wanted to stab him. I don't know. I don't know. Why would they want to hit him with a car? You know, I mean, we're not talking about, right, logical thinking, critical thinking, or anything like that. Let me go to Slack. Slack attack. Oh, Ellie, I have to get your thingy. Did I give you the address? And I've got to get your thing to do the Venmo. Yes, okay, so I have to get, I'll have to do that later. So I have to get your send me your Venmo thing. That stabbing was by you, so do you know anything more about it? That's right by you? You better be careful when you're walking around if that's right, like 20 minutes away. You're very interested in the Aiden Fucci case, are you? Aiden Fucci. That is coming up. I'll tell you when that's coming up. I know that's coming up like right around. Is it February 20th? Let me see. Okay, so it says that. Let's see what we have here. The baby-faced Florida teen facing trial over the brutal 2021 murder of... Stop that. Stop. I said stop. Of Tristan Bailey. He stabbed her 114 times on Mother's Day in Durbin Crossing near Jacksonville, Florida. According to jail incidents, Fucci has been a menace while awaiting trial, fighting with other inmates, threatening guards, bragging about the horrific murder to bolster his reputation behind bars. He says he's real. He stabs a biatch face to face and take their life. It's like you get high off it or something. So I was quoting somebody. The documents. Oh, there's jail documents. Okay. He looks like. He looks scary. He allegedly told other inmates that their lesser crimes could not measure up to the sheer brutality of his deed. That's something to be proud of. He threatened other inmates with violence if they didn't hand over items from the commissary. When COs retrieved the goods from his cell, Fucci threatened to murder them. Wow. He asked frequent outbursts and threats of violence have led to long stays in isolation cells, a measure his lawyers have objected to as excessive. Really? Okay. Although he's still a juvenile, he's being tried as an adult over a crime that shocked his normally tranquil suburban neighborhood. Bailey was found dead in a wooded area next to a pond near her home, but officials said she put up a fight against his murderous frenzy, suffering 49 defensive wounds to her hands. Bailey was found dead in a wooded area next to a pond near her home. Officials said she put up a fight. And then remember he did this. He took this selfie and said, "Hey guys, has anybody seen Tristan lately?" That was after he killed her. When he was in the back of a squad car, he took that with the peace sign. Nice, right? He said he allegedly planned the slaying. He even told friends he killed Bailey just a half a mile from her home out of jealousy. They met at his home prior to the murder. The local law enforcement said it was one of the grisliest murders they've ever seen, and his mother, Crystal Smith, she was hit with evidence tampering when she was scrubbing blood out of his jeans after the murders. His mother. Jury selection is slated to begin next week. He faces a maximum sentence of life in prison if convicted. He's not eligible for the death penalty because he was a minor at the time of the offense. So, this is, let me see here. Yeah, so jury selection starting next week. That's what that reminds me. I had to get my discovery. I knew I was forgetting to do something. I knew I was forgetting to do something. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh, let's see what the poll says. The poll says 82% say he's guilty as of right now. Not guilty, 9. Undecided, 9. And no one thinks a hung jury. So that's interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, she did, and yep, she was charged. I've got to put my phone on my charger. I have, let me get something. We'll do something. Hold on just 1 minute. We'll do something. Got to put my phone on the charger. I have to do that. It's necessary. It's very necessary. Very necessary that I have a dehydrated strawberry too. Hello, Deborah. Hi, Serenity Trek. Oh, An Eye for an Eye? Yeah, I saw that movie. Did you see that movie? Why, what did she say? Barb Olson, if only that was an option. Yeah, it's a movie with Sally Field, right? Yeah, with Kiefer Sutherland. March 20th. Snow remover. I don't even know if they have that on anymore. That's weird, you know? Where is that even playing? Let me see. That's a really old movie. When did that come out? It came out in 1996. Why do I think it came out later than that? I don't know. I feel like I remember my sister telling me something about that movie, and then where's it playing? Do. I can't stop it. It looks like it's on Amazon. I swear everything that's on Amazon Prime Video, it always costs. You know, they're always like, oh, you've got your Prime membership. I swear, anything I want to watch, it's always, you have to pay for it. It's on Tubi, it says. And sometimes you can get Tubi, Tubi. It says it's on Tubi. Watch it for free on Tubi. To be or not to be? That is the question. To suffer the slings and arrows. Okay. Where am I? Here I am. Delphi won't be until the end of... Oh, yeah, I don't think it'll be soon. This is, look, Letitia Stout. This is 3 years. And the suitcase killer. Oh, that's coming up too. It's 3 years. Let's see here. Something. Oh, so let's see. Apparently, shit, why can't I see this? I don't want to see that. Hey, I can't read. So they said that Aiden Fucci on December 14th of 2022, a Florida teenager, let's see, the judge, Fucci's defense attorneys last month filed a motion requesting that the 14-year-old be moved to a less restrictive environment or a new facility, arguing that the current setting has been detrimental to his mental health. His defense attorney said that Fucci has spent more than 400 days in solitary confinement and said that that punishment was akin to torture, despite the fact that the teen has not been convicted of any crime. The harm of solitary confinement is well documented, whether we're looking at psychology or psychiatry, that this causes a very real and very measurable harm on adults. Rosemary writes, people said during the hearing, we also know solitary confinement harms children, and these studies are looking at harms that exist after 48 hours of solitary confinement. This particular child, I know he's an adult by the court's point of view, but this child has been sitting in solitary cumulatively for over 400 days. She noted that Fucci was initially placed in solitary because there were concerns about suicidal ideations, then because of potential harms to others, and later due to threats to himself. Peoples then suggested that another option would be to have Fucci housed in a different part of the state, arguing that a lot of the threats stem from intense media coverage of this case in St. Johns County. Let's see. There are other counties where he can be hosted, and I've seen from my own experience where defendants are moved for their protection. But Peoples claim that it's not uncommon for defendants to be moved or have a sheriff's trade defendants to keep the individuals safe. What's been done is that he's been held here without any ability to congregate or meet with other individuals. Without contact, it's my understanding that this is there for his safety, but at the same time, this measure to protect him from other inmates is causing harm. An attorney for the sheriff's office argued that the defense version of torture means the same thing, being kept in a facility where he is safe. Let's see what happened. And then she had also filed to change the venue because of community hostility in St. John's County. Somebody's here. Hold on one second. Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Dutton argued that against the change of venue, citing that, citing that the content of the interviews and the growing chance that potential jurors will be unaware of the case. There's nothing inflammatory in the interview. Dutton said, "We're the second fastest growing county in the state, the largest in the country. We are also getting a large influx of citizens over the past year." Judge Lee Smith denied both of people's motions, so not taking him out of solitary, and he's not changing the venue. So that's and said that separation of powers under the state's constitution placed the care of the defendant under the sheriff's purview, but said that he expected the sheriff or anyone who's involved in the process to continue to listen to Fucci's concerns. I think it's important that we're working together to find at the least restrictive means to house Fucci, said Judge Smith. Judge Lee also denied the change of venue motion, but said that it becomes clear that if we are unable to pick an impartial jury, then we can revisit the issue. So that's what's happening with him. Hello, Nicole. Let me see here. What is this now?
Hello, Carolyn.
Hello. What's up?
Nothing. I just was going to call in and say hello. And I didn't really follow the case much today, but thank you for going over it.
Oh, yeah, it was a little bit. Lots of gun talk. Gun. I don't know what else is going on. What's Martha doing with her house? See what's going on in, I don't even know. I'm not even keeping up on any of the reality. I don't even know if there's anything going on with, who was the one that was, I haven't even, what's been going on in Sister Wives? Let's see. Sister Wives, Christine gushes about playful relationship with her kids. Sister Wives Mary Brown reunites with Janelle's sons. Sister Wives Christine and Cody Brown's daughter slams. Oh, what's happening with that one? She's slamming the show? She slams the show for exploiting her sexuality in Furious video. What? What is that about? Gwendolyn Brown. Whose daughter is she? Christine and Cody's? Gwendolyn Brown. She admitted she felt exploited while on the show. Why is she exploited?
But she signed up for it, though.
She came out as bisexual in 2020.
Okay.
And she made a YouTube video, and the 21-year-old slammed the show for forcing her to discuss her sexual preferences, even as her parents were in the middle of a bitter divorce. Wow. Gwendolyn confessed, "I looked so mad in the moment, and I wasn't even upset. I was a little disappointed. I thought we were going to talk about the divorce, and all of a sudden, they were like, 'We're going to talk about your sexuality, Gwendolyn.'" Oh, that's fun. She said her reaction videos provided a unique perspective to my family's lifestyle as an autistic bisexual. Watching the October episode and reliving that period of her life, the reality daughter said she felt used. They were like, "Oh, we have another queer. We're going to try to exploit that and make ourselves famous." She explained, "I'm sure it's not, but it did feel weird. They also had me talk about my autism here too, and I was like, that's weird. I thought we were going to talk about my parents' divorce." Okay. So in August of 2020, Cody and his third wife, Christine's daughter, Gwendolyn, revealed that she's bisexual when she posted "Raging Bisexual" in her Twitter bio. At the time, she exclusively told it to the Sun that she never came out because "I was never in. I'm just bi." There's no reaction or anything or any juicy gossip. The Brown family's religion is Apostolic United Brethren, which is a fundamentalist Mormon sect. Though the religion doesn't believe in same-sex marriage, the family does. At the end of last year, Gwendolyn announced she was engaged after a whirlwind 7 months of dating with girlfriend Beatrix Kieraz. Let's see. The couple shared the happy news on Instagram, posting photos of them sitting outside on a blanket with roses and candles. Gwendolyn captured this sweet post, "I'm engaged," with a green heart emoji and a ring emoji. The reality star also posted a close-up on her Instagram stories of her stunning engagement ring. It features a rectangular stone with diamonds on it. Okay. Alrighty then. Okay. What else is going on? Christine asked fans for advice about dating at 50. What's up, Elle?
Hi.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm okay.
That's good. Did you send me your Venmo?
Yes.
Okay, because I've got to send it to my daughter, and then she'll send it to you because she.
Sure.
And I sent. Did I send you the address? I did, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So that thing that happened on the bike was pretty close to me.
Really?
Yeah. 15, 20 minutes.
Did you know about it?
No, I didn't hear anything about it. That's very inland. I'm by the ocean, and that's inland.
Oh, okay.
So, but it's not. It's a safe place.
Hi, Amanda Love.
That's right on the highway.
Yeah, that's why I guess people thought maybe he knew him or something because it was maybe targeted.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm just worried about all those balloons flying around.
Oh. How about you?
That's my new thing to fret about.
Yeah, well, there's nothing we can do about it, so.
I know.
If it flies around over here, it's probably popped because it's so cold. What's the temperature by you, Nicole? Oh, you got a new picture.
-14.
Is it really -14?
It's going to be -14 tonight with wind chills of -40 below. Yes, it's
yeah,
so
we're
cold.
going to get something like, Jimmy said, does anybody remember? Oh, gosh, I can't remember what Jimmy said.
It's an Arctic freeze.
But it's going to warm up tomorrow to a balmy 16. Here.
Oh, for you?
Yeah, balmy 16.
I don't think that we're going to get a balmy 16. I don't know.
I might barbecue.
Balmy.
Balmy 16.
Yeah, it'll be beautiful. Nice 16 degrees.
I pumped gas today in 4-degree weather, and Nick was with me, and Joel was like, "Why didn't you pump your gas?" Well, Nick had a sweatshirt on. He's like 120 pounds, soaking wet. There's nothing. It'll go right through to his bones. I had a fur coat. I'm bigger.
You know what? You burn. Did you know that when you stay outside and you're cold, you burn calories? You know that, right?
No way. No.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do, because it takes your body calories. It burns calories to bring your body up to the temperature. You burn, it's a small amount of calories. So it was one time, oh my gosh, I was taking my son Michael and his friend to the mall. Okay, and I think I might have had Ethan with me, or I left Ethan with Jimmy when he was a baby, and Luke, they were little. So the kids were like maybe 15 at the time. And we're joking because they were telling me they were watching something, and I said I had just read like these teenagers, like they really took this to heart, so they would purposely stay outside because they were burning calories just by warming themselves up. And then they had all these other things like don't put the heat on in the car. And so I was joking with them. So I'm like, okay, guys, we're not going to put any heat on the car. And then I'm gonna. You can't see what I'm doing, but I'm like moving my leg up and down right while I'm driving the leg that I'm not using. And I said, I'm just going to do this because this supposedly burns calories while we're driving. And I was like moving one arm that I wasn't driving with, and then staying outside. I'm like, come on, hurry up. We can't get in the car yet. They're like, what are you doing? I'm like, just keep walking around the car. We've got to get really, really cold because it's burning calories, because that's what we were laughing like crazy about this thing.
Yeah, that's not a bad way to exercise, really.
But
it isn't.
Right? If you did ever, you were like, oh, look, just every little thing I do burns calories, right? Just keep doing that while you're sitting there. That was like the Hawaii chair. Remember the Hawaii chair? It went around like this, and you had to hang on to it while you were trying to sit at your desk.
Carolyn,
remember that?
Jeez,
it was a real thing. It was a real thing. The Hawaii chair. I wonder if they still sell it.
Show it.
And I'm going to see if they still have it. And Ellen had one, and she tried to show that, because they're like, oh, you should be able to, manage to do your work while, it's like doing the hula in your chair. Yeah. It's crazy. Let me see if they still have it. Let's see. The Hawaii chair. Museum of Failure Collection. Yep, it was listed on Time Magazine's 2010 50 Worst Invention. I wonder what the other inventions were. Let's see. The Hawaii chair.
Probably killing people. It's probably killing people.
Let's see. This was the Hawaii chair. It was like that, and you plugged it in, and then this thing would move around, and you had to hold on. It says Hawaii. Can someone check that out? That website, Hawaii chair. I doubt they have it. Yeah, I doubt it. Museum of Failures. Where's the rest? Let's see. New York, Brooklyn. Wow. This Museum of Failures opens in Brooklyn on March 17th. See if my daughter might be away. My daughter might be in Iceland at that time, but she could check it out another time. Museum of Failure is a collection of failed products and services from around the world. The majority of all innovation projects fail, and the museum showcases these failures to provide visitors a fascinating learning experience. Every item provides unique insight into the risky business of innovation. Innovation and progress require an acceptance of failure. The museum aims to stimulate productive discussion about failure and inspire us to take meaningful risks. The museum is curated by Dr. Samuel West, a licensed psychologist in organizational psychology. Wow. I'll have to have my daughter go there and see what's going on there. Let's see, what do they have in failures? The new Coke. That was definitely a failure. The DeLorean.
Absolutely.
Car. The Olestra in the Pringles fries. The Google Glass. I don't know what the hell that was.
I've heard of it.
What's the Google Glass? The Nokia phone that looks like a game controller. I don't know what that was. Let's see what that was. When was that? 2003 to 2004. I don't know. What was Google Glass? Does anybody remember that? 2013 to
No.
And the Rejuvenate. It's like a mask.
Rejuvenate? Is that a face cream?
Yeah, no, it's like a face mask thing. Rejuvenate. 1982 to 1988.
Oh no. Didn't need that back then.
I don't know what that is. Rejuvenate. Oh, tickets. Oh, that's they have 159 failures in there. Interesting. Hawaii chair. And you never see any of those Hawaii chairs on Marketplace or anything. I wonder how many they actually sold. The Hawaii chair. The Hawaii chair. Such a good idea. Take the work out of your workout with the Hawaii chair. Hawaii chair. No, didn't work. Didn't work. The seat swivels. Well, it's more than swivels. It's electric. And it swivels really, it goes around really fast. It twirls. 5, 6, 7, 8, twirl and twirl. It twirls. What? You don't think you've ever seen it?
No, I said I don't think it's safe.
Oh, well, it has armrests to keep you in.
Yeah, but why is it in the Museum of Fails if it worked out?
Because it's very, there's no way you can work and do that. And it probably doesn't work, though.
I mean, it's not a bad concept, though. It's not a bad idea, like the standing desk, right?
Yeah, my daughter has a standing desk. My daughter she likes a standing desk.
Yeah, I hear they're good. I hear they're great, actually.
Mm-hmm.
But the chair is a little too wild, you know.
You know, it would be nice to have like a maybe like an elliptical that's you could just sit there and do like a tiny treadmill by your standing desk.
Yeah.
So you could walk and work. Walk and work. The walk and work.
So
You could
what'd
have a
you do
little tiny
today?
treadmill.
Were you doing a room? You were
Oh, I had so much stuff going on. I had appointment with my lady. Then I had not that lady, another lady, and then I had what did I do? Then I got in my bedroom and I wasn't planned, but I ended up I don't know how long I was in my bedroom listening to that trial and just like cleaning out my closet and stuff. And now I just can't
you
wait
said,
to
I'll
get.
be right back. I'm going upstairs. That's all I remember.
I know, and then I never came down. And I did stuff before that too. And then what did I do? I don't even think I went in the massage chair today. Did I do that at all? Yeah, a little bit. I had to make some phone calls in the morning, call in some stuff. Kids got home, dinner. Then I went back up again.
Did you watch the entire trial today?
Yeah, I was listening to it while I was working. I was listening to it with notes and stuff before, and then I was listening to that last guy while I was working. Listening while I work. Yeah. But I came across some things. I was happy. I found some things that I thought, like, oh wow. But I also found some things I had to find. So I found some stuff. A treadmill, desk, computer. Yeah. The walk and work. Walk and work. Too much swivel, Ann? The old electric treadmill is the best. Well, no. Now they have the big computer screen with the iFit. Treadmill is great. I haven't done that. I have it on my bike.
There's real people in there.
It is fun. It does make it fun. I don't know, like my daughter likes to do the ones that they're in the studio, but I don't. I like to go on the expeditions. Too much, Anne? What else did I do? What else? Seems like there's a lot of hours in the day though, and then not a lot. I don't know. Oh, I got. I didn't even know. I got this thing from ColourPop or something. That that I'm an influencer for this thing for Target. And first they told me, I was like so confused. They're like, they sent me an email last night and it's like, okay, so you're in this thing for ColourPop and can you get to Target? And I thought I had to go, and then today a box arrived. So I have to do an unboxing of that. I don't even know really what that is and what I'm required to do there. So I had to find out about that, which maybe I'll just take a peek at that now while we're here. And what it is exactly. Color. Pop, is that it? Brand new product. It's not the one. ColourPop. Okay, let's see what this is. Top secret launch. It was a top secret launch.
Oh.
And ColourPop cosmetic influencer. Can you believe that? Okay. From the marketing team. We absolutely love your content and want to reach out about an upcoming launch. We'd love you to review and share with your audience. Okay, and then they gave me this box, so it'll be interesting to find out what's in it. I'll do an unboxing tomorrow. I was going to do it today, but I will do it. Don't forget to tag ColourPop and ColourPop Go. Okay, that'll be fun. I don't know what's in there. What else? What did you do? Oh, Elle got a new picture too. Gosh, every time I turn around. Elle's picture's big now. Elle used to have a small picture. Did you just change that, Elle? You didn't come on with that, did you? Was that picture on there the last time I looked at that screen?
No, I helped her change
Yes,
it.
no, it was on the last time you were on.
Just
now when you came on?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
crazy. Then I'm losing my mind because I just saw it now.
It's been on since she came on. I helped her change it before, like in the
Oh.
Zoom, like
I'm gonna
a few
change it.
hours ago.
I think there's another one I like better. I'm going to change it to.
Okay, well, you know how now, so that's good.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I didn't notice that. That's really fun. Really interesting. Okay. Martha, when did Martha sell her house here?
I like that picture, Elle. Your highlighter's on point. It's in the right spot. Perfect.
White Lotus star. See, that's that White Lotus thing.
Wait, what White Lotus
That thing that my daughter told me I have to watch. That White Lotus thing on HBO. She's like, you have to watch that White Lotus thing.
I didn't know what Watch White Lotus meant in my notepad, and I had that written down, and I was like, what does that mean?
Yes. Gotta watch it. Let's see.
Maybe we could watch it on a movie night, Carolyn. Sometime.
Maybe. Who's that? Salisbury, Connecticut. Whose house is that? I'd like to look at. Oh, I know what I wanted to look at. Let's look at something here. Let's look at, okay, are these all beach? That's not on the beach. Where is that? Is that really for sale? Okay, this is crazy. We're going to look at this house, and this is, for once, these are not old houses, but I've never... Look at this. Look at this house.
What is that?
Wait, I've got to make it smaller.
Okay. We have to wait till it comes up on YouTube here.
Look at that house. It's 3 bedrooms, 3 baths, 2,257 square feet. Let me show you the back of it. Who wanted a fixer-upper?
How many square feet?
2,200. And look, it's a fixer-upper.
And where's it located?
It's in the ocean. And I mean in the ocean.
Oh my gosh.
In South Carolina. Here's another picture.
We could fix that up easy.
I know. Look at this. It's in the freaking ocean.
Oh my gosh. That's really cool.
It's in the ocean. And look, there's a walkway to it. Look at this walkway.
You think those stilts are safe?
Look at the walkway. It still has a cement walkway to it. And look at this. Look at this beautiful location, Lona. You take an aerial shot like this.
Must be expensive, though.
Look at that. Okay, let's see if there's any...
What the heck? That's scary.
Well, it needs a little love, like the Charlie
How
Brown
would
Christmas
we get
tree.
up the stairs?
Well, we have to put a lift or something. We can't put a lift probably because of the water, but we have to put
I don't know if
stairs.
there's a way to
Stairs
get
in the
up
back.
there.
We could put stairs in the back.
Does it have pictures of the inside?
I'm trying to see if there's any pictures of the inside. I don't think it is, but would you be surprised? Could you guys please Okay, let me tell you, this is the Defusky Island Cottage. It's waiting for the right person to relocate it. Oh, you have to relocate it. We can't keep it there. No wonder it's so cheap. It was only $190,000, but we can't keep it there.
Well, how would you move it?
So that sucks. Okay. I knew it was too good to be true. Okay. Let's see what else we can find. I really thought I don't know why it's saying that these are on the waterfront, but they're not. I guess they don't understand. I was all excited for them. Like, that's pretty unbelievable for 190,000. Come on. Okay. Let's see now. Let's look over here. Let's look for waterfront. Okay, let's try to find. Can't we sort by? Not by. Okay. How could this be? That must be a timeshare, stupid thing. I don't want a timeshare, stupid thing. Stupid timeshares. So dumb. Beautiful home site. 54, 1 point directly across from the road, from the beach. Where is that? There's so many different little islands. That's what I want to really check out. Because there's so many crazy little islands over there. Where's that? There's something called Dewey's Island. I don't know where that is, though. It's in South Carolina, but I don't know where. There's another one. Premier location. Coffin Point Plantation. That sounds scary, but that's St. Helena Island. St. Helena Island. Somebody was mentioning St. Helena Island. Check out the 7th floor. Oh wait, let's see what this looks. This looks retro. This looks really retro. Oh my gosh, this reminds me of something. Is this? Let me just see something. Check out the landmark. Let's see, is that all year? 20 square feet. That's cool. Let me see here. Is that for full ownership? I don't know if that's for full ownership. This property is a condo. Okay, so here's this. Look at this. What's this? This reminds me of really old time when they used to be able to buy something in the hotels, like in Miami Beach and stuff. Look at that. There's the room. It's like a hotel room, right? Because it's like a hotel. There's a little efficiency. And a bathroom. And a little deck, which doesn't have a good view, but you've got the pools inside and outside. You've got a water park on the premises, and then you've got the ocean. And it's $89,900. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, a little bit.
How can that be?
It has to be like a
ownership?
timeshare.
Is that for full ownership?
It has to be a timeshare.
No, I don't think so. I think that's for full ownership of that thing.
Mm-mm.
You don't think so?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't say it. Look. How come it doesn't say it? Check out this 7th floor, fully furnished efficiency inside condo located at the Landmark Resort. The family-friendly resort features year-round dining, indoor and outdoor pools, combined with Myrtle Beach's newest seasonal water park with 3 40-foot tall slides, totaling 17 water attractions throughout the resort and so much more. Golfers can take advantage of our knowledgeable on-site golf entertainment department, while groups and conferences will find peace of mind with their on-site catering and group coordinators who can assist with the 20,000 square feet of flexible meeting space. Conveniently located in the heart of Myrtle Beach, close to the airport, dining, entertainment, and world-class golf. Book your showing today. I think that's it. This property is a condo.
Wow. Oh, okay.
It's a condo, but you still own it. And can you Airbnb it when you're not there?
Probably.
That would be cool.
That is cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't have the nicest view, but if it's right there and the pools are there and the beach is right there, is it right on the beach? It is. That. It looks like really retro. That's crazy. What does everybody think in the chat? Do you think that's for the thing? That's crazy. Is that on Zillow? No, it's on beachhouse.com. You wouldn't pay a dime over $30K for that? Really, Barb? Wow. It's on the water, it's on the ocean. You don't think it'll sell for that high-speed drifter? You almost bought one in Daytona like that? Yeah, that's a moneymaker, I think, guys. Seriously.
What's the price on this thing?
$89,000.
We can go in on this. Like, seriously, where is
guys.
this?
That is Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
with the hurricanes and stuff
Oh,
now.
you were talking about the last. Oh, she was talking about the last property. Oh, you're
The
talking about the
hurricane
last one.
insurance is so
Sorry,
expensive. The hurricane insurance is so expensive.
but it's a high rise.
Yeah, it's not.
You're
It's
not
not
going to
going to
be.
be affected.
Oh.
It could be
Could
used as an investment, right, Barb? Yeah. I think
Barb,
that's an
Barb is
amazing price. But do you guys think that's outright for that condo? It's not for a
Can we,
it doesn't say partial ownership.
can we look at the excuse me pictures one more time?
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm getting a cough.
Are you really?
Yeah, a little.
Oh gosh.
I think it's just the weather. It's so dry in my house.
So there's a little efficiency. You get a sink, a little fridge, and a microwave. But you know what? You're not there to cook. You're going to go out and eat.
Then we're gonna go out
Yeah.
all the time.
Right. You got 2 beds and a little patio thing. And you don't have the best view, but big deal. You're going to just go down anyway. You got a closet and closet there, and then you got the indoor and the outdoor pools, and the water park.
It's like having a hotel room in a resort.
Yeah.
Just owning
And then
it.
you've got
And
the beach.
oh my God, I would totally buy that. I totally would. How many bedrooms? 2?
No, it's just that what you see there. It's like a big, like kind of like a suite like an efficiency. It's just the
Yeah,
one. It's got 2
look at
beds.
the
It comes fully furnished, of course, with everything you see there. And then it's like I got a hotel room with a little efficiency kitchen.
What's the square footage?
It's not that
400 maybe.
it's not that big. I mean, it's small. It's really
400
just you
square
have a
feet
room.
maybe. Yeah, for an investment property. That's a great price, Barb. Yeah.
But if you could
Barb,
rent it, I wonder what you could Airbnb that for like a week.
oh my God, right at the beach. You'd have your
With the
money
water
made back
park?
in no
Yeah,
time.
it is a hotel conversion. Mm-hmm. Definitely is what it is.
Mm-hmm. It's
Yeah.
like a resort. Pretty. I like it. I would buy that for 89 grand, absolutely.
That's nothing, 89 grand. For what you're getting?
What else there is? What is this one?
That's a good
Island.
investment property, Al, for like an Airbnb.
Here's a
and
waterfront.
the
Let's see.
I know.
Yeah.
Let's see what this
What
is.
I
love
this on
open an
That was on
Airbnb.
Myrtle Beach.
Myrtle
That
Beach.
was so much fun.
Now this is a condo. Look at this. This is like a condo with a kitchen. This says 89.
Mm-hmm.
What this is.
Let's look at the properties too, like
Look
that.
at
Similar.
Nice shower, everything.
Ooh,
Laundry room.
that's really nice.
Pools. Look, it has pools too.
I really like this one. How much is this one?
Close to the ocean too. Look, right there.
How much?
89.9.
What the heck? Carolyn, we need to go in on this.
I know. It says a must-see premier Litchfield ocean front. Oh, this is it. See, now this one is an interval. Shoot, it's an interval. You get 4 weeks per year of use.
Well, still, that's cool.
Mm-hmm. 3 bedrooms. That's 3 bedrooms, 3 baths. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what else there is. But that other one did not say interval. Not at all. Let's see.
That
Only
would be
4 weeks.
great.
That's waterfront. 4 weeks. Rare opportunity to purchase an estate-sized lot. Okay.
Hell, that's not a bad price
Check out
either.
this adorable oceanfront condo. Okay, this is 94.5, and it doesn't say interval.
Okay.
Okay, it has a couch. Can we get the pictures a little bigger there, buddy?
Tiny.
Little efficiency thing. Okay, that doesn't even have it must have a refrigerator somewhere. Get a little refrigerator, put it in there. Little table.
Oh, those
Oh,
pictures
there's
are a
the
little.
microwave, yeah. And the refrigerator, got a full-size refrigerator.
Mhm.
Okay. Bathroom. Let's see. And there's the ocean right there.
Oh, yeah.
Property map has a pool. So it doesn't have the water park, but it has pools and the ocean. It's in Myrtle Beach. And let's see. It's on the 11th floor of the Sea Mist Resort. This condo features fresh paint. It's for full ownership. 94.5. Let's see. Looking for the ocean? Okay.
Yeah, look at the condo fees, Liz Top says.
It was, the HOA fees were $3,000 on the other one, and they were $6,000 on that one for the year. Let's see, here's another one. 95. Let's see, this is the yacht community. Let's see what they've got there. Myrtle Beach Golf and Yacht Club. 205. Kitchen's dated. Oh, got a community laundry room. This one is really dated. Oh boy. Yeah, I'll pass on that one. Great condo. That's the Sea Mist. Is that the one we just looked at? So, let's see. Oh, here's another one in the Landmark Resort. This is 97.5 in that same resort with the water park. Is this bigger? Why? Maybe this has an ocean view. Let's see. No, I would get the other one. It's exactly like the other one. Why would you? Who would want that one? If the other one's 89, why would you pay 97.5?
Yeah, a lot of options, huh?
Okay,
There's some options there.
Direct ocean front efficiency at the Sea Mist, 99.9. Let's see what that looks like.
Okay.
Little efficiency. Okay.
The Sea Mist. That sounds nice.
Yeah, they're the hotels that they're converting like to condos. Okay. Ooh, look, you have a beautiful ocean view right from your balcony. That's beautiful. Look at that. There you are. You're right there.
Wow.
99. Horry County. That's where Letitia Stout was. Yeah, Horry County.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah. Right down there on the beach. That's. Oh, look, they have a little. They have like a lazy river over there.
I have to do a grocery delivery. I forgot.
That's fun for the kids. They have a lazy river.
Yeah.
And the pools. Nice.
I'm down. That's nice.
Look at that.
And you could
it's right off to the beach there. Boom.
look at the water park and the pools, the jacuzzi.
I know. And right at the beach.
They have two jacuzzis.
Right at the beach.
3 jacuzzis. 4.
Oh my goodness.
I think
Oh my gosh. Can we buy this?
Welcome to the.
Who do we
Here's another
contact?
one at the Sea Mist.
5 jacuzzi, 6 jacuzzi.
There's another one.
Jacuzzi.
Here,
Jacuzzi,
too,
right.
Is that the same thing?
Exactly. 6 of them.
Well, here's another one. So just exactly the same. Just about. It looks like it has a Murphy bed. It looks like that one. I think that's a Murphy bed back there. Yeah, it is.
Are there any condo fees? Does it say anything about
Yeah, let me
condo
see.
fees?
I'll tell you
Because
what-
Liz Top says
Yeah, the condo fees are $5,784
a year?
a year.
That's high.
Yeah, but think about all the stuff you get for it.
But we can easily come up with that if we do an Airbnb.
Right.
Guys, we could, oh my gosh, that's a really great investment. It really is.
Oh, look, here's another like a really retro. Here, oh, it's
If I had a little bit of money, I'd throw down on that.
It's at the Landmark again. Let me see if this is bigger. See, it's the same. Oh, but this one has the ocean view. Look, this is at the one with the water park. Look, and then this one has the balcony with the ocean view.
Ooh.
You have a view of the ocean over there now, and the pool below you. And it's
Yeah,
that
we
really
could.
retro landmark. Look, they even have a little putt-putt place and the water park, and you're right on the ocean.
That's cute.
100,000. Look at that.
That would be great for retirement,
Oh, look,
wouldn't
and they
it?
even have like a little arcade inside for the kids, and the pool there with the fountain, and then they have a little pool there, and they have a lazy river too, and then they have a lot of places to eat around there. Look, putt-putt.
Yeah. We can all go in on it and do Airbnbs and just make the tax money back or the condo fee money back quick.
Just do short-term rentals, yeah. Your own slice of Myrtle Beach. Another condo. I don't know if Myrtle Beach has showers, but
Yeah, that's cool. That's a good idea.
what else? Oh, there's another one. Must see efficiency. This is on. Okay, this is another one in that landmark building. Wow, they have so many in there. New water park. See, there was a brand new water park built in 2022.
We can buy several of them.
I know.
Sounds good to me.
Maybe we could buy 3 units in that place. Man, come on, that would be
That
cool.
would be so cool.
That's not an ocean view there.
Just short-term rentals will pay our condo fees quick.
There's the water park. Oh, look, it even has those fun slides.
Like, if you were to do like an Airbnb or a short-term lease for a month, 30 days, you'd require a deposit. You'd require like a first and a security. And I don't know how much the rent would be on that, but that's pretty cool. Right on the beach.
Another one in that same building. Paradise Awaits. Look, there's another condo. Let's see, this one is 122 in this building. Let's see what this is like. Oh, there's a Ben and Jerry's down there. Look at that.
Oh, wow.
Paradise Resort.
That looks cool.
So, wait, was that 2-bit? Hold on a minute.
I like the color of the building. I like the rooms, too. It's nice.
It's right on the ocean. Ben and Jerry's. Got a pool. Little snack bar outside. And right to the beach.
Jacuzzi.
This is what my parents did when we were growing up. We had a place in Florida, like that was in
really?
Yeah. We used to go down all the time until like parents wanted to go down so much. It was like, we'll just get your schoolwork for you and your sister, and then it was like 4 years or something that we did that in a row, and it was like too much, you know.
Mhm. Never even been to Florida.
But let's see, experience beach life at its finest.
So yeah, taxes. So yeah, Liz, we would have to pay taxes on top of the condo fees.
No, I don't think so. That's
that how
your
it works?
HOA fees, aren't they?
Or is it, yeah, do the condo fees cover taxes?
Welcome to your home away from home or your next investment. See, this is that same place.
Wow, that's
They're
cool.
They're selling off the rooms in here. Welcome home. Look, they put the little swans on the bed. you got a view of the lazy river and the ocean.
High Speed says if anybody wants to buy an old motel in Florida or another state, I'll go in on it with you.
Oh, really?
Awesome, High Speed.
An old motel?
Yeah, like an old motel, like in Florida or any or other state. It'll be cool. Like it would be cool to do it like right on the beach, something right on the beach.
The condo boasts ocean views. 6 minutes from Myrtle Beach International Airport. And then it's a walking distance to the Family Kingdom Amusement Park. Oh, that's cool.
Wow, that's kind of cool. There is stuff out there if you look, you know?
Yeah, totally.
But I do want to know now. I want to know if the condo fees cover the taxes. I need to know that. Or it's not going to be really, that's a lot of money, if not.
Coral Beach, let's see. 7th floor unit in top condition. I had somebody that did this in Florida. Somebody's brother did this. He bought like so many right on the ocean in like Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, cool.
But they were like 2 bedrooms. They were like suites, but they had been in building. He bought so many of them as investments. Look,
Nice.
this is a big one.
There's another one, yeah.
This is a bigger one. Let's see. It's
Bigger
got the 2
unit.
beds. It's got the galley kitchen there. And then bathroom. It's got a nice view. Pools. Indoor pool. Outdoor. Right on the ocean. It's got a little place for kids, a gym. And then there's a workspace, arcade, pool tables. Bowling, has bowling alleys in it. Wow. Coral Beach. Let's see, Coral Beach, 7th floor. 2 queen beds, but jacuzzis, indoor, outdoor.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not included in, I don't know, in South Carolina.
What? In the
South,
condos?
Yeah, in South Carolina, the condo fees do not include property taxes.
The HOA fees?
Yeah, they do not. The condo fees, they cover maintenance and stuff like that.
Well,
Building
I
repair.
don't see them listing taxes or anything or any other fees.
Well, there's property taxes, aren't there? If you own property.
I don't see them listing. How
Yes, there are.
Why aren't they listing them?
I don't know. Let me just look. I'm looking into it now.
Here's another one. Look at that. Look at the colors. This is a nice one. Let me see. Oh, this has more room. A little kitchen.
Okay, no, it covers water, sewer, insurance on the building, maintenance of the buildings and grounds, electricity for the common areas, trash collection, pest control,
Right.
management fees, and support of the Master Association, which provides telephones and local telephone service. Oh, that's it, not taxes.
Great ocean view efficiency. Let's see this. That looks just like that other one. But I don't think it's in that same building. Interesting. Right, 1 bedroom, one bath, steps to one on there. At the Palace Resort. Home, one bedroom, one bath. All the way from Myrtle Beach. This is like a little sitting area, a little kitchen area, and bathroom, pool, hot tubs, indoor hot tub,
Oh,
pool, outdoor pool. So it has a lazy river. I have lazy rivers now. It's fun. Right on the ocean. Oh, it's $144. Let's see what the fees are. Swimming pool, yes. See, it normally would say it'll show you your taxes.
I mean, there are taxes in Myrtle Beach on condos, so but I just don't know how they would allocate that if it's one. You see, you have a high rise. Does each individual condo owner pay taxes? That just seems very. I don't know. I'm trying to look into it. I can't really find any. I haven't found a definitive answer yet.
I hope you're not they don't pay your unit. Don't be a Debbie Downer. No, you're not a Debbie Downer. It's fine.
No, nobody's being a Debbie Downer. It's just good to know these things, right? Hey, I'm interested in knowing these things too. What if we do want to buy something there? This is something that,
These
that we
remind
all
me of these
should
really
know.
retro places like from the 70s. That has a bigger kitchen. It's a bigger space there.
Yep,
Right on the ocean.
to know these things. I would just hate to get a place and then we realize that.
Where we were in Florida. Okay, let's see. That's 149 and the HOA.
Yeah, that is cool and high speed.
Location. What's this? Oh boy, that tub needs help. Yikes. Lazy river. Oh, that's a packed place. It'd be interesting to go on the Airbnb sites and see what they're renting these places out for. You know?
I'm looking at all of this, and I'm also seeing that I don't know if you guys knew this, but there's actually a furniture tax in Horry County, which is, I believe, Myrtle Beach.
A furniture tax? What do you mean a furniture tax?
when you do your taxes, it's called a South Carolina personal property tax. Okay. And you have to claim everything, like including a wastebasket, shower curtain, stuff like that, like your couches. This is insane. Like taxes are pretty high here. So I don't know. I'm just looking into it. I'm not being a Debbie Downer. I'm just, being a
Never,
realist.
Nicole.
You know what I'm
Never.
saying? Yeah. It's hard to find a definitive answer. That's what concerns me, It's like,
Yeah.
Well,
maybe there's some loopholes,
look at the landmark in Myrtle Beach, buying a condo at the landmark. It's called the landmark.
The
It's on
landmark at
Ocean
Myrtle Beach.
Boulevard, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna look. The landmark at Myrtle Beach. Hold on.
Oh, this is a bigger one. 1 bedroom, 1 bath now. But I think this is a bigger one.
Landmark at Ocean View or at Ocean Beach.
On Myrtle Beach, Ocean Boulevard.
Ocean Boulevard, sorry, Ocean Boulevard.
All right, this is a bigger one with a little kitchen. It's got 1 bedroom. And then it's got the little...
Oh, the Landmark Resort. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's pretty. It's 3-star hotel with a pool.
And a new water park.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if I haven't gone to a suite yet or something, like a 2-bedroom. Great starter investment opportunity.
Yeah.
It says here, and okay. Efficiency unit with full kitchen, 2 newer queen-size beds, and a sleeper sofa. The unit has been recently painted. The oceanfront property has multiple outdoor water features, including a large pool, a lazy river, hot tubs, and a splash pad. During the cooler months, you can enjoy the indoor pool, the hot tub. On the 7th floor, on-site amenities include a fitness center, a game room, a laundry room, a large parking garage, additional parking across the street. The property has direct access to the beach, a private walkway. Okay, let's see.
Wow.
And it has, let's see what this looks like.
The jacuzzi looks nice.
Little water park, little splash pad, a lazy river, indoor. Laundry, gosh, they have lots of laundry. Gym. Little arcade, right out to the ocean. Oh, that's cool. Location.
Look at that water slide. That's scary. I'm looking on Google too. While you're looking at that, I'm looking at the same resort. That water slide's scary, Carolyn.
Oh, my kids love water slides. You should have seen me. I was the biggest baby going down. I still haven't even looked at the GoPro Luke took of me going down this slide, and that lady that held my hand. Oh my gosh.
I would not. Look at how curvy this one is.
I was so scared. I thought I was going to smack my head. I kept saying, I'm going to smack my head. And the lady's like, no, you're not. You want me to hold your hand? I'm like, yeah. And then Luke took a GoPro.
Why did you?
What?
Why did you think you were going to smash your head on the side?
Because it's water, Nicole, and you think as you're going down and you're sitting up that your butt's going to go out and you're going to smack your head back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because it's like a wide slide, you know what I'm talking about?
So how do you go in there?
No. That's why I didn't want to go on the tube slide. I just can't do the tube slide. I've done the open slides that go around.
No.
I've done those and other ones.
I'm not going to do an open slide.
But I've done those.
No.
But then this was one like it goes down, and then you could have like 3 or 4 people could go with you. But then my kids were like pulling me, like, you're going to kill me. And then this lady said, "You want me to hold your hand?" So then Luke's like, "Yeah, take her down." And then he took me to the GoPro, and oh my gosh, it's crazy.
Well, but okay, so you're not.
And I was
scared to
confident that I was going to smack my head, and I said, "No, Carolyn, just do it. You're not going to die." And then just.
Well, why would okay? You're not as scared to go down an open slide, an open, where you could fly off the edge to your death, or you'd rather do that than a
That close slide scare. I get like claustrophobia, and I can't.
Yeah, but
do
it's safer. You're not going to fall off to your death. Like,
I know, but I get scared. Like,
I mean, is it really? Why would they have an open? How high is the open slide?
They were pretty high, but they go down like in a. I've done the open slides. Like, I at least have to do it once in order to show that I can do it. But I did this other type of slide, and it was like.
I don't know, man. I don't know. That's a little too wild for me.
Truly 1-bedroom unit. See what this one's like. You watch too many videos about accidents on them? Oh, yikes.
I think the open slide is, for me, it would be more scary, I think.
My kids go down in every slide, and so does Jimmy. They go down in every ride. 1-bedroom unit direct. Let's see what this is. This looks like a really old-fashioned one. I find I like the way they're vintage like that.
Are you still looking at the landmark?
I'm in that area, but this is a different one. This is the one with the 1-bedroom. There's the pool.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the pool goes under a bridge, and they've got another little lazy river inside, which is nice. And it's surf shack. Okay, and it's on the ocean. Ocean Boulevard.
Have you ever been to Myrtle Beach, Carolyn?
Not to Myrtle Beach, no.
I've never been there either.
I don't know if they have shells. I think it's far from Folly. I mean, I don't know how. Can you look up how far it is from Folly?
Yeah, hold on, let me see. Myrtle to Folly. Myrtle to. Oh man, it's so Myrtle's 2 hours and 10 minutes away.
Oh, is it really?
Folly is like way down south, like halfway between Myrtle and Savannah. So we're gonna be. Let's see. Oh wow, yeah, it's pretty far.
This is 2 full bedrooms. Let's just see what that looks like. Gorgeous 2 full bedrooms. Ocean. These remind me so much of the ones that were in Fort Lauderdale. They went for 6 months a year. Your parents, when they were alive, had a place in Florida. They liked Myrtle Beach better. Liz Tops. I don't know why I thought Liz Tops was in the UK. You're in the USA. Where are you, Liz Tops? Why did I think you were in the UK?
I thought she was Canadian, Liz Tops.
Oh, is she?
I don't know, I think.
Oh, I thought she was in the UK. There's a lot for sale in Myrtle Beach. No, Ontario. Oh, okay. You're in Ontario. Hmm. Let me look for something else. Let me see. Okay, let's look over here. Okay. I hate that they have this. Let me see here. Featured. Hi, but I don't want to look. I want to look at. No, I want to look for sale. Type. Condo. Or. Okay, and. Alright, let's go.
Yes, you do.
I was wondering if there's anything waterfront. Oh, that's all expensive. And that's not what I want. Okay, let me see.
Yeah, Liz Tops is from Ontario. She lives in Ontario and was born in Scotland.
All right, let me see. So why can't you give me like? I don't want to give you my address because every time I give you my address, you do nothing but bombard me with stuff. Okay, let's take a look at this and see what we see here. Oh, Folly Beach, 2,000,009. New to the market.
How much, Carolyn?
2,000,000. How come they won't even let me?
Oh, that's not bad. That's a deal. Steal.
Myrtle Beach, 169. Oh, here we go. Let's just see what this is like. Wonder if this is close to the house that we have. I don't think so, 'cause I don't think it's in. Up, up, and away. Nice, but I think the place we got is bigger than this. This is for sale. Love the wallpaper. So sure. I don't think it has an elevator either. Unless that elevator's in there. Let's see what else. Myrtle Beach, great opportunity. 169, 179. Folly Beach, 4 million. Oh, Kiowa Island. Oh, PD region is Myrtle Beach, North Myrtle Beach, Surfside Beach, Garden City, Pawley Island. What is Pawley Island? Let's see. Pawley Island. Doesn't look too great. Sullivan's Island. $5 million, $4 million, $7 million, $3 million, $3 million. Sullivan's Island. This one is under contract. Let's see what it looks like. Almost 10 million. Oh, look at the little topiary dog. That's a nice craft room. Not even right on the ocean. Is it? I don't know, that's crazy. It's not even right on the ocean. Palms, directly on the front beach in the heart. What is it, though? Waterfront golf, owned 4 weeks a year. Isle of Palms, is it 3 bedrooms, 3 baths? This is probably 4 weeks a year. You've got to pay $114,000 for 4 weeks a year. I don't think so. Once in a lifetime. Once in a lifetime. Till it comes around again.
Why would anybody buy that? Like, that doesn't make sense. You can only have it for 4 weeks a year. So that's not even really owning it. Like, is it?
No, and I think it's $100,000 for 4 weeks a year. You never, I don't know, you're not going to make it, I don't know, I don't see the point of doing that. Look at this house. It's like in a marsh, though. Sharon would never go for that. She would say alligators. That's weird. It's like one of Scooter's books. Scooter, this is one of your flips. You always do this crazy stuff with the blue tile. Charleston Harbor.
That's the exact same color tile I have in my bathroom.
What, the blue?
Yeah.
Uh-oh, who's coughing? Is that you, Nicole?
No, that's Al.
Elle, that doesn't sound good.
Fine. I'm fine now.
Elle, are you sick?
No, I can't drink tonight.
You can't drink tonight?
Everything I drink goes down the wrong pipe.
Wow.
You got some trouble swallowing, I think.
Yeah.
My gosh, are you okay?
I know. Hold on.
She's been saying that all day. All day she can't drink.
Really?
Yeah, she's been choking when she drinks. Takes a sip of her drinks.
I don't know. She better get something checked out. She might have a blockage.
Oh,
Yeah.
Lord.
You really can't drink, Elle?
It's horrible.
You don't have an allergic reaction or something, do you?
No.
Look, there's an elevator in this house. Like a nice one.
It's been happening all day, though.
I know. I know.
All right. No, don't apologize.
Is your
Just
throat
don't.
sore or something?
Just take some time out for a minute.
If there's any other symptoms, I don't know. What could that be? Has the chat ever heard that?
I don't know, but don't look it up online because that's just gonna,
I know, but that doesn't sound good. I am gonna take a little check of something.
Just freak me out.
All right, we're not gonna freak you out. We're not gonna freak you out.
If I look it up, it'll freak me out.
Okay.
Don't
so
look at.
what did
okay.
what are you drinking actually?
Right now, I'm drinking Diet Dr. Pepper.
So it's a cold drink with ice.
Yes.
And what does it feel like?
Like tickly, and just like I can't swallow without choking today. It's been happening all day, right, Nicole?
Yeah, all day, all day. Yeah.
It could be dysphagia.
What is that?
It says
Yeah.
dysphagia is the medical term for swallowing
Right.
difficulty. Some people with dysphagia have problems swallowing certain foods or liquids, while others can't swallow at all. How about eating? How is it when you eat?
Same.
You have the same problem?
Yep.
You're choking?
And let me see. And it's okay. Okay, so it says they have many causes. This could be being dehydrated, not chewing long enough, or taking bites that are too big, other swallowing problems. Let me see. Are you dehydrated?
I don't think so. No,
If
because I'm
you're not
always
able to drink, you might be dehydrated. Let's see. Oral or throat surgery, narrowing, an allergic. It says an allergic condition. That's what I'm worried about. Did you do anything like or eat anything new?
no.
Feeling of a lump. Do you
Oh,
feel?
you mean like my throat swelling up?
Yeah, like an allergic reaction.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Feeling of a
I don't
lump
think
in your throat, hoarseness, feeling that food is stuck in your throat. Does it feel like that?
No. Nope.
No? Pain or tightness
Sometimes-
in your throat or chest?
No, sometimes you know what I have that's really strange? I can't swallow. Like I try to swallow like my saliva
Uh-huh.
when I'm not drinking or anything, and I have to take a sip of something to
I
actually
get that
one down.
too.
You have that?
Sometimes. I get that too sometimes, and I don't know why.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah, it is.
I know.
I choke all the time, but usually it's because I'm laughing in here.
Yeah. I'm okay now. I'm okay.
That's wild. I don't know. Okay, I'll be right back. Hold on.
Okay. I was just
What did you eat? Oh my gosh. What did you eat today?
what did I eat today? Let's see, I had cereal in the morning. Then I had a salad. Then I had pretzel sandwich. Like it's like on this pretzel bread, turkey and cheese and
Okay.
ham and cheese.
And you were able to eat all of that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I had sorbet.
Oh, okay.
I'm okay.
Weird. Okay. See your doctor at reflux maybe. Drink some water, Liz Top. Sounds like you have something.
Oh, can I give you a Reuters
Yeah.
blip?
Yeah, sure.
China balloon soaring over U.S. deflates.
Over what?
China balloon soaring over U.S. Oh, I thought it deflated, but it said deflates hope for diplomatic thought. I thought it said the balloon deflated, but it didn't. Bummer. It said the hopes are deflating.
Barb says
Or-
drink something warm through a straw.
Warm through a straw?
Yeah, do you have
I'll
tea or
try it.
anything like that?
Yeah, I'll go make some tea. I'll bring you with me. I feel fine now, though. Maybe I should just leave it be.
I don't know.
Leave good enough alone.
Hydrated strawberries are so good.
So, Carolyn, anything new about that case that you found out about the girl that found the doppelganger?
The
and
girl
then
what?
killed the girl that found the doppelganger and then killed her, making it look like she was dead.
Oh, yeah.
Anything new with that?
I didn't hear anything new.
That was crazy.
Wasn't it a cheesecake or something?
Hmm?
There was a cheesecake involved in that, I believe. Did you know today was National Carrot Cake Day?
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
I like carrot cake. Do you like carrot cake? Do you like carrot cake?
Mm-hmm. I make it with cream cheese
Oh,
icing.
neat. Oh my gosh, yummy.
Mm-hmm.
I bought one at the store, then I gave it to my friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also made hummingbird cake. It's
You
like
make
carrot
what?
cake. Hummingbird cake. It's like carrot cake, but has more stuff in it.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let me
I've
see.
never heard.
Oh yeah.
What's in it?
All kinds. It's like a carrot cake, but I believe you put pineapple in it, and it's got like some more spices, but it's a little bit spicier. But I made it. I have it somewhere documented.
Sounds delicious.
Before I started blogging even, but I took pictures of it for some reason.
I don't think you were here last night when we were talking about this. Did you ever have peppercorn sauce on steak?
I think
French?
so, maybe, probably. Why? What happened?
It's just the best. Or
Oh.
just we were talking about our favorite gravies and sauces.
Let's see here.
Just the best.
Cold, cold, cold. Let's see. Murdaugh. Isn't that weird? Their name sounds like murder. It's like, were they destined? Murder. Sorry. Okay. Murder. All right, let's try something else. I know what we can do. Can look at some social situations and their answers. Social cues, situations. Okay. All right. My daughter and I used to watch this podcast. I forget which one it was. And the mother, she completely stole the daughter's identity. And oh my gosh, we used to listen to podcasts all the time, especially when we were driving.
Oh my goodness.
And I forgot my daughter was laughing her butt off on that one. She's like, never do that to me. Okay, so I was advising my adult daughter on a great investment in a field we know well. I even offered financial assistance, but she told me she was afraid to proceed. So I shared a very personal story. When her father and I were engaged, he was offered a similar opportunity. I begged him to postpone our wedding and use the money to make the investment, but he didn't. He was afraid to. I told her that marrying her father instead of making the investment had been a poor financial decision I've regretted ever since. I urged her not to make the same mistake. She then forwarded our entire text exchange to my husband, her father. It didn't cause any trouble between us, but she didn't know that it wouldn't. How do I deal with such a betrayal? I will never trust her again. Oh my gosh. Well, that is pretty crappy that she would send that like that. I mean, that is pretty crappy.
Totally.
I mean, that's pretty quick. It doesn't sound like they had such a great relationship. Hey, thank you, Liz Tops. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's see what someone said. My first impression was similar to yours. Your daughter shared a text chain with your husband to put you in hot water. If that's where we stop, though, there's little room for growth or forgiveness, and you may want that eventually. Did your daughter think she was protecting her father? Has she complained about you before, maybe for pressuring her on investments? Speaking as an adult child to parents who tried their best but didn't always nail it, I can assure you there are many ways to express long, simmering resentments. That may be what your daughter was doing here. It may also be the case that her betrayal hurt you badly enough that you need to take a break from her right now, and I get that too. Still, I hope that one day when you feel ready to explore with her why she behaved the way she did, talking openly with loved ones is the only way I know to build back trust and understanding. To do that, though, we have to be able to set aside our own strong feelings, even momentarily, to hear what the other person has to say. I wish that for you and your daughter. My former partner and I created intimate photographs together when we were a couple. We have since broken up. My ex has now asked me to delete those images. I would prefer not to. I enjoy looking at them, and they are password protected. What's more, my ex has kept copies of these photographs too. Doesn't that make the request to delete them seem like a double standard and unfair? The mere existence of intimate photos in the hands of an ex, whether they depict nudity or a sexual activity, would make many people feel vulnerable, and even though some may be unsympathetic towards people who willingly created such images, what did they think would happen? Let's not stop there. I'm not interested in your arguments about double standards or fairness. Be a good person and recognize the distress these images may be causing your former partner. Offer to delete them if your ex will do the same. That's the best result here. Okay. How do we tell a dear old friend that we no longer want to eat in restaurants with her? She's often unkind to the waiters, always looking to find fault, and when she does, she harasses workers until she gets something for free, or they reduce her bill. We are uncomfortable with this and embarrassed for the waiters. We mostly avoid restaurants by inviting her to our place for meals. But we can't do that forever. Don't be embarrassed for the waiters. Defend them. It's wrong to stand by silently while your friend routinely bullies workers who have less power than she does. Next time, speak up. Please stop treating the waiter disrespectfully, or tell her directly that's why you choose not to dine out with her. Sorry, Lucille, that's why we are not dining out with you any longer. I would go agree about it. There are plenty of times when keeping quiet is a fine approach, but we are not generally in charge of our friend's behavior, but letting cruelty slide or inventing white lies to cover your reluctance to meet your friend at restaurants is not okay in my book. My much-loved wife died after a prolonged illness. I am almost 80 and in good health, but I have not had sex with a partner in over a decade. I'm still grieving, but I also crave another warm body and confirmation that I still have sexual skills. Oh my gosh. What would you recommend to someone in my position?
What did I come back to?
Oh, this guy's 80.
What happened?
I am sorry for your loss and sympathetic with your bind. Human touch can be a healing balm. You don't say how long you've been widowed, but I would urge any surviving spouse to move slowly. Grief can be overwhelming and its pangs strike unexpectedly. Frankly, you seem pretty focused on sex. I hope your definition includes more than just intercourse. Touching, kissing, and other intimate contact can be extremely satisfying. As for finding a partner, check out group activities of interest or at your local community or senior center, or explore dating apps that cater to seniors. Be careful to avoid scams online and be honest about your intentions with the women you meet.
Right.
Oh, thank you, Liz. Liz gave a super chat.
I
don't know if you
know.
saw it. But you see, I missed it. I just came back. Sorry, Liz, and thank you, Liz.
Okay, let's see. My stepson is getting married this year. His father and I embrace our future daughter-in-law and look forward to meeting her family. I began corresponding. What's the matter? Someone here? Okay. Okay. My stepson is getting married this year. His father and I embrace our future daughter-in-law and looked forward to meeting her family. I began corresponding with her mother and expressed our interest in flying out to meet them. My stepson discouraged this. He said they would be visiting our area soon, but we weren't introduced to them when they came. Later, I received a call from his fiance's mother, who clearly mistook me for my husband's ex-wife. She said she loved meeting me and referred to the new wife, me, as not blood. At Thanksgiving, my stepson and his mother flew to visit his fiance's family, and they made lots of wedding plans, including for a rehearsal dinner for which we will pay half. How can we get past all these hurtful exclusions, some affecting our pocketbook? Note, my husband's relationship with his ex-wife is frosty. I totally understand your bruised feelings. That phone call on which you were mistaken for your husband's ex-wife sounds awful. I suspect the explanation lies largely in that frosty relationship between your husband and his former wife. Visits seem to have been organized to keep them apart and to prioritize your stepson's mother. I get that. I happen to be a mama's boy myself. Now, your stepson certainly could have handled introductions more deftly, but ceremonial occasions like meet the parents can be tough for children of divorce if their parents are antagonistic. So, unless I am misreading the situation, try to forgive your stepson and take the long view. Life won't end at the wedding. Getting to know your stepson's in-laws may simply take longer than you expected. And as for splitting the cost of the rehearsal dinner, which I assume was acceptable until you were treated unkindly, I would stick with that plan. If my assumption is wrong, or if the price exceeds your budget, speak up, but don't make a fuss on principle. Letting the small stuff slide in favor of building better relationships is often a wise strategy. I hope it works for you and your husband. Okay, let's see. My wife is an admitted neat freak. Our children and I try our best to keep things tidy to her standards, but inevitably we fall short. She reacts by saying, "Why doesn't anyone care?" But we absolutely care, and her remarks are hurtful as she rarely acknowledges a job well done. How can I help her understand how hard we're all trying and how upsetting her statement is? I'm glad you wrote. The problem seems potentially serious to me. A mother or spouse who only knocks family members down and rarely lifts them up can really clobber their self-esteem. I interpret the meaning of "why doesn't anyone care" as a shorthand for "why doesn't anyone care about me?" a harsh rebuke by a mother to her child. Have a serious conversation with your wife alone about her expectations and her hurtful behavior. If she refuses to work on this alone or with a counselor, you need to explore ways to protect your children's emotional well-being. My husband's son and I moved to a new community where we don't know many people. Recently, we invited a new coworker to our home for dinner with his wife and their child. It was a casual invitation. Do you want to come over for takeout? When they accepted, we sent them a menu. They made their selections, including an expensive seafood dish. How dare they? We called it in, picked it up, and paid for it. A fun time was had by all. But when they left, they didn't offer to contribute to the large dinner bill, nor did they mention reciprocating. I find this baffling and rude. My husband wants to give them another chance. What say you? You seem to have buried the lead. Congratulations on making new friends in your new town. That's a significant takeaway for me, and it would be a shame to spoil that for the price of a seafood dish. Over the years, I've heard from many readers who split the cost of takeout on the spot, as well as from others who take turns paying in their homes. It doesn't sound as if you mentioned payment, so your guest might have thought they were following your lead. Why not give them some time to reciprocate? You can even be cheeky with your new pals. So when is takeout night at your place? Okay, let's see. I live in a so-so rental building. Some of the neighbors on my floor have ratty doormats. Gosh darn them. So to make things nicer, I went out and bought new matching doormats for everyone at my own expense. Wow, that's nice. After I put them down, one of my neighbors threw the new mat away and put her old ratty one back. How should I handle this? Start with an apology to your neighbors for your domineering behavior. You may have meant well, but to them your actions could be read as entitled and disrespectful of their property. Decisions about common spaces are best made communally. Okay, let's see. I'm a single woman in my late 30s. I am also a neurosurgeon, and my medical training ate up 15 years of my life. I don't regret it. I love my work, but it often meant sacrificing my personal life. The problem, I want to have children, and I'm getting a late start. 10 weeks ago, I met an incredible guy online. Our interests overlap. We get along famously. He wants kids too. But when I talk about the future, about moving in together, or how our relationship is progressing, he pulls back. I don't have time to waste if I want kids by the time I'm 40. Is his reticence a red flag? I sympathize with your fear that time's running out, but the only red flag I see is that you're rushing your new boyfriend because you want a baby in short order. You've been dating for only 10 weeks. Your boyfriend probably isn't even sure about your future together, are you? Is this man your life partner or simply the guy standing in front of you at this moment? Try to uncouple your worries about fertility from your concerns about the relationship. I will not be the jerk who mansplains the pressure on women to get pregnant. Still, I urge you to see a specialist to assess your current fertility and your options for pregnancy in the future. If it's affordable and viable, consider freezing some eggs now to give yourself some breathing room. You are wrestling with major decisions, partnership and parenthood. I would hate to see you make a mistake, marry the wrong guy, or scare off the right one by rushing. If your boyfriend stays reticent over the next coming months, we can talk about red flags then. And remember, there are many ways to create a loving family, including through adoption or by being a foster parent. Okay, my brother and I went home to celebrate our mother's birthday. And while we were there, I saw by accident that my brother was sexting with a woman who was not his fiancée. She didn't make the trip. I am so upset. Should I warn his fiancée about his disgusting behavior? Let's put aside questions about the accident that caused you to spy on your brother's phone and read a text chain closely enough to determine both its subject and the identity of the other party. To this extent, this isn't any of your business, which I question. Why wouldn't you start by talking to your brother? We don't know the circumstances of this conversation, what came of it, or whether your brother has an agreement with his fiancée about online flirting. Unless your aim is to break up his engagement, it's hard to imagine why his fiancée would be your first stop.
Right?
My husband's father is dying and only has a few weeks left to live. We have a newborn, and my husband wants the three of us to fly from New York, where we live, to Paris, where his father lives, so his dad can meet the baby before he passes. We're told that his father is mostly out of it now. I'm terrified to fly with our newborn with the current rates of COVID infection, flu, and RSV. Plus, flying for 8 hours with a baby while pumping breast milk feels like too much to me. What should I do? Trust your instincts. Be gentle with your husband, though, when you make your case. Both of you probably are overwhelmed with the new baby, and your husband will soon be grieving a deep loss. I'm sorry that so much is happening at once. Your husband's impulse to let his dying father hold his grandchild is a loving one, but it's not practical now. Encourage him to make the trip alone. Explain, with your doctor if necessary, that your newborn's immune system is too vulnerable to illness to make long flights sensible. A video introduction to the baby will be fine, but your husband may need your help to see that. Last summer, I bought 4 tickets to a concert for 3 friends and me. They agreed to pay $400 before I bought the tickets. We had a great time. 2 of my friends repaid me at the concert. 1 didn't. I reminded her a few weeks later by text. She apologized profusely and promised to pay me right away. Well, now it's 4 months later and she still hasn't paid. I want to send another reminder, but I'm afraid to. What if she still doesn't pay me back? Either your friend is going to pay you, or she's not. It's true. I suppose that delaying your second request lets you avoid the certainty of her being a deadbeat. Still, she has strung you along for months already, and here you are fretting preemptively about her next move. Not stellar friend behavior. Ask her for the money directly. The sooner she acts, the sooner you can start processing your feelings about it. This is not a problem that improves with time. Did you all agree with the answers? Hi,
Yeah,
True Crime Girl.
Basically.
What?
Basically.
Six, seven, eight, twirl, 5, 6, 7, 8. Twirl and twirl. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's 5, 6, 7, 8, and twirl, 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 twirl. Yeah. But Kevin does it better.
Yeah. Let's see. You guys have been relatively quiet in here in the
Right?
chat. I guess they've just been hanging on those readings.
Right?
Let's see. Let's see. Let's try some other things. Let's see. Okay. What is this? Why can't I get rid of this? I can't read this. It's not like the. Why can't I get my default view here? All messages, live messages, all messages. Now get down. Oh, there we go. Okay, here it is. Let's see. Here's the Am I the A-holes? I'm 23 and the oldest of 5 siblings. I'm a full-time student. I also have a part-time job in my field. When I complete my after degree, my employer will take me on full-time. I make enough from part-time to pay for school and put money aside. My siblings range in age from 20 to 10. Both of our parents work full-time. I have taken on a lot of responsibilities for keeping everything running in the house. I do the grocery shopping, the laundry, as well as making suppers and doing meal prep, so everyone has lunches ready to take every day. I also get my siblings to do their part with regards to household chores. For example, my youngest brother is responsible for feeding and walking the dog, so I make sure that there's dog food in the storage and poop bags on the leash. My dad works very long hours, and my mom works 9 to 5 at a hard job. Over Christmas, I had a chance to buy a PS5 for myself, so I did. The rest of my family is still using a shared PS4. I keep mine in my room, and I do not share. My parents started fielding complaints from my oldest brother about how I made so much money and I don't share the things I buy for myself. Totally true. So they had a talk with me when they brought this up. I pointed out how much of the household work I did, and they said it wasn't fair that I was earning so much money without contributing. They told me how much they expected from me. I went to my room and I did the math. If I gave them what they wanted, I would have about $800 a month left over. If I dropped a couple of classes next semester, I could go almost full time with my employer, and it would only be 1 more year until I graduated with my 2nd degree, but I could afford my own place and I would have way more free time and disposable income. I packed up. I moved out of there. Everything I owned fit in my car. I stayed at an Airbnb for 2 weeks until I could get everything sorted with an apartment, school, and work. It was great. I'm not going to lie. I may have gone a little overboard on Tinder. I couldn't have women over to my parents' house. I just moved into my own apartment. I'm staying part-time till I finish this semester. I will work full-time over the summer and go to a lighter class load, higher work hours in the fall. My older brother has been tasked by my parents to do everything I used to do. His chores have been split up with the other 3. They are all pissed at me for moving out. My parents are upset that I left them in the lurch. My siblings are mad that they have more chores. My older brother is especially salty because he has no free time to see his girlfriend, and she isn't allowed in the house when my parents aren't home. I'm enjoying my free time. I bought myself a plant from IKEA. I feel bad for screwing them all over, but it didn't make sense for me to do all that work and pay rent on top. All the chores were fairly split. I wasn't doing any more than anyone else. I thought it was fair until I was asked to put in money as well. Am I the a-hole? So go ahead, vote on it in the chat. Is that person the a-hole? And then I'll tell you what other people say. Go ahead and vote. Yes, they are, or no, they're not. I should put up a poll. That would be easier for you guys. Hold on. I'll put up a poll. And then you can just easily vote and you can see. Come on. Oh, your eyes are answering. Brooklyn says no. They're not the a-hole. Okay, so we'll let this one go without the poll since you've already started to answer it. Everybody says no, no, no. Not the a-hole. Okay. Thing is like it's driving me crazy. No, does anybody say yes? Because that's like a unanimous no. Let's see what else. Let's see what they say. I bought myself a plant from IKEA. That honestly made me smile. So, it's your life. You're an adult. I say good for you. You seem headed in a good direction. Okay, so they're okay. Let's see. All right, now let's go back to the Okay, here, am I the a-hole for firing the babysitter because she brought her dog to my house? This happened this past weekend. He's 33, his wife is 33, and they have a 6-month-old baby. My wife and I planned a date night, and we hired our babysitter, who we've used half a dozen times. The babysitter is 20. She's a college student that lived in our neighborhood and came recommended by some friends that had kids. She came over to our house. We told her our son's schedule, then headed out. We were going to go out for dinner and then meet up with friends for drinks. We have 2 cameras in our house that we can access remotely to check on our son. One is over his bed and the other is over his play area in the living room. The babysitter knows about both cameras, so it's not like we're spying on her. Hold on a minute. My wife gets a notification that there's motion in the play area. She pulls it up to check it. She sees a dog sniffing our son. We're both like, WTF! We don't own any dogs and have no plans to ever own any dogs. We try calling, no answer, so we rush home. We go inside and the babysitter is holding our son, and there is a golden retriever just hanging out. Gosh darn it. Everyone is calm and fine. The babysitter seems shocked. We are already home. I asked the babysitter, why is there a dog in our house? And she says it's her golden retriever and she decided to bring it today. The babysitter assures us the dog is baby and kid friendly and is sweet and safe. I don't want my son around dogs at such a young age, even if they are sweet and safe. I'm getting more and more angry. This was not something she was transparent about, and if we knew the dog was going to be there, I would have never okayed it. Well, didn't they see this when she came over, or did she leave their baby alone and get the dog? That doesn't even make sense. I just told her firmly to grab her dog and please leave. I informed her we won't be using her in the future and paid her half her rate we had agreed upon, mostly since we used her less than half the time we were going to be out. She asked for the full amount. I told her no. You put my kid in danger and you should leave. She says she did nothing wrong, but I don't see it that way. So was I the a-hole? Okay, now let me see if I can get a poll up. Poll is making me angry because it doesn't. Okay, now let's see if it'll work. Okay. You can vote. Hey there, facilitator. You don't send me notes anymore. It's quite boring. I keep checking. It was such a hopeful thing at first and so much fun, but then you've not been writing as much. Okay, so 50%, 50-50. 50 say that, oh, 57 say no. Wow, the no's have it. I'm divided on this one, okay? She should have told them she was bringing a dog. They could be allergic. The baby could be allergic. There could have been situations, okay? But I don't think he should have gypped her out on her pay. I think he should have paid her what he said. I think they could have called her and found out. They didn't have to rush home. But if they did, yeah, I think he was rude. He could have handled it better. I don't know. So, but she shouldn't have brought the dog without asking. She should not have brought the dog without asking. But they didn't handle it well. But more than that, how did they not see that she brought the dog when she came? Does that mean she left the baby or she went home with the baby to her house and got the dog? Doesn't make sense. Okay, so it's 50-50 on this one. I think the guy in general sounds like an a-hole. That's just my feeling. Regardless of the situation, he sounds like one. Okay, let's see. Somebody said, NTA, if you thought it was no big deal, then why didn't you see the dog arrive when she did before you left? Okay, let's see. Okay, here's another one. Am I the a-hole for telling my colleague he only has his job because his uncle is the CEO? I'm early 20s, a female, and last year I started working at a major company. I entered the job through a scheme for disadvantaged young people. Despite this, the interview process was still incredibly tough, and I'm proud to have made it this far. When I'm not with my team, I hang out with the other girls I've met and befriended through the scheme. The nephew of the CEO started his role at our department a little later, and for whatever reason, he's been joining us girls for lunches. He tries very hard to fit in, and he acts like he doesn't come from a place of insane privilege. He will literally pretend to be humble and downplay his family's wealth just to seem relatable, I guess. The others have been warming up to him, but I'm honestly not buying his rather fake personality. The other day, I was sitting at the canteen with another coworker, and he asked if he could join us. I didn't want that, but my coworker said yes immediately. Gosh darn it. Well, he was asking me lots of personal questions, how dare he, and about my journey to the company. I told him that the interview process was hard and mentally draining. He nodded, said that it's tough getting into this place, but that the interviews were fine, even laughing and saying that he came late to one because of a hangover. That made me mad, and I said, "Good for you." He thanked me and said that things always work out when you just chill out, stop taking things so seriously. And this is when I said that we both know he's not nearly as competent as he believes, and that he only got the job because his uncle is literally the CEO. My friend, coworker, gasped and looked at me like I was crazy. The nephew shrugged and said that I don't seem to like him. I told him that it wasn't a personal matter, so likes and dislikes are irrelevant. We didn't argue, but he got a little heated and asking me what I want him to do. And then he said that I may view him as an overprivileged a-hole, but I'm more or less the same, which makes no sense. So I fully expected him to report me to HR, but to my surprise, he never did. Imagine that. In fact, he started following me on social media accounts and messaging me at work more frequently. My coworker has relayed this incident to the other girls, and the consensus is that I'm a major a-hole. They said that not only was I unnecessarily hostile and rude, they're also mad he started hanging out with them less. Not sure if this is a coincidence, but I've also been spending less time with them. Am I an a-hole for giving my unprompted opinions? Let's see, I have to go back. Okay, so on that other one, they said no. Now I've gotta love nepotism, right? Okay. Gotta do this poll. Okay. I know what I'm voting on this one. Well, I can't vote, but I know what my answer will be. Wow, 100% say yes already. Okay. Do you think anybody knows about our notes? I don't think so.
Your notes. What notes, Carolyn?
Nothing. Just a little secret. Okay, let's see what they say. 80% say she is. I agree with the 80%. Oh, it dropped to 73. I think she is. What do you guys think on the panel? Nicole? Do you think she's an a-hole?
Total.
I don't know. No. I mean, yeah, a little.
She
I
was
guess.
hostile. She was like putting the
Rude.
guy like down, like he's not competent, and just like blasting him, and he wasn't. Yeah. What about you, Elle?
Yeah, she was rude.
What?
Very,
I can't hear you.
Elle, your fingers on the phone where you talk.
oh, I think she's very rude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, I think she has no right to speak like that to anyone.
Okay. So here's another thing
People's
now.
feelings.
Am I an a-hole for uninviting my dad to my wedding because he refuses to pay anything towards it unless it is vegan? I'm 30 years old. Since I was a child, my dad always said he'd pay for my wedding. About 5 years ago, he started a relationship with a lady with quite extreme views. She's a vegan, which is fine, but she's very judgmental on how I live. She doesn't agree with cancer scans, like smear tests, mammograms, because vegans don't get cancer. When I had my daughter, she said I should be feeding her almond milk. She once came to my house for dinner, and I cooked a chicken for me and my family and a nut roast for my father and her. She later dug a hole in my garden to give the chicken bones a proper funeral because she was so heartbroken to see us eating its flesh and blood.
Whoa.
I wish
that's
I was
crazy.
joking. She has always accused me of trying to steal her father's house. I have never met her father. I have never set foot in her father's house. All I know is he died recently. I have communicated some cost of living worries to my dad, not asking for money, and she ran with it and said I was trying to manipulate her into giving me her inheritance. I don't want her inheritance. Long story short, my father will only pay for my wedding if it's vegan. This not only includes food, but shoes, alcohol, what people wear, leather, out. Okay? Anything else you can think of.
Oh
I
my
might have
God.
been okay with vegan food, but I'm not okay with policing what others wear or the food that they may bring or their babies, even formula. This has me upset. I'm not really about the money. We are having a very small and cheap to do anyway. It's the run up to the wedding. This woman has been extremely rude to my mother. On reflection, I have decided it's best all around that they just don't attend. She's now telling my dad's side of the family that it's just about the money and that I'm bitter because I didn't get her dad's house. Why on earth would I be giving her dad's house? And that my dad isn't paying for my wedding. But to be honest, it's not really about the money. I don't want to be controlled over what I can and can't do on my wedding day. I'm sick of her judgment. And his. Now she's gotten her claws into him. And I just think it will be better for me, my siblings, and my mother if they do not come. I also don't want to be lectured over milk, dairy, honey, palm oil, you name it, on my wedding day. And I don't want to put my guests through it either. Am I the a-hole?
No. No, she is not. That's craziness.
That's crazy.
Okay, so in that
It
other
really
one you
is.
said she was.
It's ridiculous, in my opinion. It's ridiculous. Even what they wear and what their babies are fed. Or he won't.
Always pay for the wedding. He should pay for it being a regular
see.
wedding. It should not have to be vegan just because he married a vegan.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm just going to abbreviate. It means, and then so that way we can get the poll out faster. There you go.
Mm. Oh, I gotta do the poll. I forgot. I gotta go to the chat. What does that mean?
Am I the a-hole?
No, she is not. That's just nuts.
Such unacceptable behavior with the parents.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, like Mary Warren said, I'm vegetarian. I can't stand militant vegans. Yeah, there are
Right.
that, but that's a little.
I wish you
that's
could
more of a
vote
control.
100 times, Barb, but I think it only allows you to vote once.
Yeah, but it's a control issue. Why is she acting that way? She sounds like she's nuts.
Barb's like, do not
Her
invite them to
father's
the
way.
wedding. Case closed.
Yeah, it sounds like she has mental health challenges that she might need to overcome. You know, that's what I think. And her not inviting them, I think, is the best option for the family because
this is a good one. Am I the a-hole for telling my son that he is obviously gay? My son, 17, has apparently been in the closet for the past 7 months, so my son is fairly masculine, straight acting, if that makes sense. However, he's very obviously had a boyfriend, 18 male, for the past 7 months. He sometimes baby talks to this boy, hugs him all the time, has called him handsome. They share clothes. They sit way too close to each other to the point that they're basically cuddling. He closes his bedroom door when he's in there with him, but not with any other friends that see him like every day. They buy each other gifts, and for the past 7 months, he now always smells great, has his hair fixed real nice, and dresses nicer, among other things. Today I asked my son if he was going to invite his boyfriend on our trip. And he got awkward and said, "That's not funny." I asked what he meant, and he said, "I'm straight, and that's not funny." I laughed, and when I realized he was serious, I laughed even harder. I told him he was very obviously in a relationship with a guy and did a terrible job at hiding it. He got emotional, started asking me not to tell his dad. My husband already knows, like I said, it's obvious. And then he got upset, saying I outed him when he wasn't ready. He hasn't said a word to me in a couple of days. Am I the a-hole?
Kinda.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think he's able to come out on his own.
See what this one says.
Yeah, he's gonna come out on his own. Like that's kind of mean to call him out like that, make him feel like complete
But
crap and laugh
devil's
at him.
advocate, what if she thought she was helping him make the announcement and that she was okay with it?
Yeah, it's not her place to make that announcement. It's his.
You know what
Okay.
though? She may have thought that she was helping him though. I could see that, like making
Yeah,
herself feel
yeah.
more comfortable. You know, be able to bring this guy on vacation with him. Let him know she's accepting of him.
Right.
That's
Like just
good.
wanting him to give him some
Could have
support.
had the best of intentions.
He
Yeah,
could.
she may
You know
have
what?
had the best of-
When she said you were going to bring your boyfriend on vacation, I mean, he could have just said yeah, like right then and there. But I guess he wasn't ready.
Right.
But I would say yeah, because that means he gets to go on vacation, right?
Yes, I'm live. Oh, we're reading situations and asking if they're the a-hole with the situation. So that's basically, do you think the person is wrong? Then you say yes, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so that's the one about that I just read, Rich, and I'm going to do a new one.
I don't think she's an a-hole.
Okay. Okay. Am I the a-hole for being a biatch towards my boyfriend after he ruined my day? My son is 12 and we're very close. We always spend one day a month together. The day is always the same. We wake up slightly later than usual. We have a pancake breakfast. We hang out at the rink for a couple of hours. Then we head to the arcade to try the claw machines. We eat dinner at this Indian restaurant before we head home, watch a movie with dessert. It's important to us that we do this, everything I mentioned. We've been doing it since he was 5. I always let him and my boyfriend know the date a week prior. On the morning of the day, my boyfriend decided to clean the kitchen and threw out the pancake mix. He then forgot to fill up the gas in my car, so we had to go to the gas station, but it took forever because of traffic. And then we finally got to the rink. He called me about 20 times to ask where something is or to discuss something about his daughter. We had to leave quickly so that the restaurant wouldn't close, so we skipped the arcade. When we were halfway through eating, my boyfriend called and said that he hurt himself. We packed up the food and rushed home, only to find out that he hit his ankle against something, but was okay otherwise. He then refused to let us watch the movie because he was watching something, and he started eating the food we brought. My son called him a Richard nickname before stomping up to his room. I was just in shock. My boyfriend's never done this before, and I really could not tell if he was being oblivious or if he was doing this on purpose. My boyfriend was all like, "You're just going to let that slide?" I rolled my eyes at him before saying, "Enjoy the food," and I went to my room. He followed after me, asking me what the WTF is my problem. I told him that he knows how important this day is, and he got pissed. And he was like, "Is that what this is about? I'm important too, you know." I kind of snapped and told him that he isn't as important as my son, and that he ruined our day by acting like a little child. He went quiet. He said I'm being a biatch, and then he left. He won't answer any of my calls, but he texted my son saying that he expects an apology. It's 5 a.m., and I haven't even been to sleep. Am I the a-hole here? Please be honest. I need to know if I was really being a biatch and if I overreacted or something. Edit to add. We're in our 30s, but he's a couple years older. His daughter is 20 and has her own mom. We've been together for 4 years. We go on date nights every 2 weeks or so, but I don't have boyfriend-only days like I do with my son. Also, don't worry, my son will not be apologizing. I've reassured him that he has nothing to be sorry for. Okay. Go ahead.
He's kind of a crappy boyfriend, and I would dump him.
Terrible boyfriend. He's like so jealous of the son.
Really? And I thought you guys would say that she was the a-hole.
No, he's so jealous of the son. She's a good mom. That's a really nice thing they do.
Yeah.
But did he really ruin it? He cleaned, let's look at it this way. He cleaned the kitchen. So he threw out the pancake mix. Maybe he thought it was expired. I don't know. Maybe it was open. Maybe he thought it wasn't fresh.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And then he
gas
called her because I don't know.
He was a complete jerk while she was out.
She was kind of a jerk too, I think.
Yeah, but he kept calling her and bugging the crap out of her. That would drive me nuts.
Right.
I don't like that.
He's obviously jealous of his son.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. Like, he called every little, then he said he fell and he got hurt and she came home, and then he just ate all her food and just wouldn't give her the TV, even though it was like the one day.
See, I kind of feel like if I would tell this story from my point of view, everybody would defend Jimmy.
Oh.
I honestly do. I honestly do.
Yeah?
I really
Like
do.
who?
I really
Like
do.
who?
If I would have just changed this story up, and they'd be like, "Oh,
Change
but
it
Jimmy
up.
cleaned the kitchen, and you know what? He threw out the pancake mix because, maybe he didn't know something, and then he was just calling you because he loves you and he wanted to know where something was.
You know,
He just didn't know where it was.
It was, he has to keep calling and call. She said 20 times. That's excessive.
Yeah.
That's excessive.
And he knows it's her day with her son.
She could totally be exaggerating.
But I don't know. Well, if she's exaggerating, then we guess we have to know the people to be able to make an informed decision.
Some people are saying she is the a-hole.
I mean, the boyfriend is in his 30s. Why is he acting like that?
Right?
Maybe he was just having a needy moment.
Well, I guess they broke up.
I don't know.
I don't know. It would be kind of weird.
He gets extra points for that. Depressed musician. No, he's not depressed. Very quite the opposite. Okay.
I wouldn't though. I can't. Like I don't know. I wouldn't defend Jimmy if that happened. I wouldn't. I don't think. Uh-uh.
I'll test it out some night.
Well, I mean, what really? And let's not test it out. Not do that. No.
All right, so let's see what somebody says to her, okay? Be civil. Let's just put this out there right now. It is not civil to call him a man-child, a man-baby, or a toddler, or any variation of the insult. Okay, that was one thing. Then somebody said, not the a-hole. All this is super weird. He decides to clean the kitchen that morning, and just happens to throw the pancake mix. You mentioned he's never done this previously, and he knows the date a week prior, which means he knows the routine, so he purposefully set up for a disaster of a day. The only thing I might give him a pass on is the not filling the car with gas. But seriously, how many red flags do you need? He was an absolute Richard, and yet he's the one acting like he wronged, calling you a biatch, texting your 12-year-old that he better apologize. If it was me, he'd be lucky I let him back in the house to pack up his stuff instead of throwing it all in the garbage and leaving it outside with changed locks.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far. That's a little going too far.
Well, if he has the keys and they break up, I would change the locks.
That's way too far. I mean, I just talk to them and just be like, that's ridiculous. Don't do this again. And if it keeps happening, then you gotta move on.
Okay, I think he was wrong, definitely, for not letting them watch the movie. I think that I don't know what his excuse was for throwing out the pancake mix. It could be that he's just not even aware. Like some guys, you could be like, I make pancakes every day. Oh, I didn't know that. Like Jimmy would do something like that. He'd be like, thought it was old, you know. But if he cleaned the kitchen, it could be that he cleaned the kitchen for her to come down to have a nice kitchen. Let's look at it this way. He did that. Good thing he did clean the kitchen. He could have done that. Then he didn't fill the car up with gas. But did she ask him to fill it up with gas? Is that his responsibility?
No, that's not the issue, though. That's not the issue. The issue is...
Well, you can't get mad at somebody that doesn't know that that's their responsibility.
No, it's not their responsibility, but that's the one day a week prior, and you're calling.
Right, but he's not a mind freaking reader. We don't know what he was doing, really, right? I don't know.
Well, does he usually fill up the gas?
That's what I'm saying. We have to know that. We need more information.
Well, we have to know these people to make an adequate determination. And we don't. So we just know this little story that you're telling, see? We're not sure.
Okay.
She could be, but it depends.
I think they might have both handled it better.
I think he did too many things wrong.
Well, I don't know. Let's see what else. Okay. Am I the a-hole for calling my roommate's mom after she left her baby with me? I'm 19, female. I live in an apartment with my friend Chelsea, also 19 and a female. I moved in with Chelsea 5 months ago. We're friends since we were 15. Chelsea has a 6-month-old baby. The father's not in the picture. We both have jobs. We split the bills equally. I also clean up and help with the groceries. I don't mind. I love to help out. I'm not good with children, though. I don't know the first thing about taking care of one. I'm the youngest by 11 years out of my siblings. I have no experience with babies. I'm not even sure how to make a bottle. I have occasionally watched the baby if she wanted to shower or nap or run to the store, but never longer than an hour with Chelsea not home. Yesterday, Chelsea had to work, and she asked me if I could watch the baby since I was off. It was a 7-hour shift, and I told her I wasn't comfortable with it. And I asked if someone else could, and she said it was fine, and she'd find someone. I was in my room when she left for work, and she shot me a text saying the baby was in the room asleep, and she had left for work and said we would be fine. I was a little nervous, but I was like, okay, whatever. Well, about an hour goes by and the baby wakes up screaming. I can't calm him down. She's not answering her phone, so I call her mom. She only lives like 10 minutes away. Her mother comes and gets the baby. I apologize. Her mom's fine with it. I text Chelsea and let her know her mom has the baby. When she got off work, she went straight to her room. She walked right past me in the kitchen, ignoring me. This morning she was really angry at me, and said she lets me live here. The least I could have done was watch the baby. And then she told me she was reconsidering our living arrangements. I apologized and explained the baby woke up, and I told her I would be homeless. She just walked away from me, and she's been in her room all day. I do a lot around the house, as much as her. I even tried to watch the baby, but he woke up. I now feel really guilty, but I didn't know what else to do. Am I the a-hole?
No, her friend's a jerk. It's not her responsibility to watch somebody else's child. It isn't.
My friend's a jerk. Friend's a jerk.
Yeah.
I guess not her
I
responsibility.
mean,
It's a lot of
yeah.
responsibility.
Look at Rich. He says again, it's tough to keep a balance. When we got married, I had to be the disciplinarian. Rich says,
Yeah.
I was a stepdad. I've had this conversation many times. It's really tough to carry on a relationship, but she was right. That's a boundary crossing issue, and she was not an a-hole. He was caught being insensitive. Really? Okay, Rich, good point of view from a guy. I'll have to read it to Jimmy tomorrow and see what he says. Okay, so let's do this one. See if this roommate here lady is the a-hole. Okay. This is for the roommate question. You can weigh in on that. Okay, that's the last one. Yep, right, Emmy? Maybe next time drop the baby off at the fire station. Oh gosh, Cherry. Why didn't she ask her mom? Her mom seemed to have her mom probably loved to watch the baby. I don't know. Why didn't she ask her mom? Anyway.
Right.
Her mom seemed fine with it. Okay. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Am I the a-hole for putting blue hair dye in my shampoo without letting my family know? So I'm 21. I have blue hair, and I was told by the hairdresser that color sticks better if you put a little bit of your hair dye in your shampoo. This was all good until my 12-year-old sister decided to swipe my shampoo and use it. She's blonde, and the result, it isn't pretty. My mom is mad at me for putting dye in my shampoo and not telling anyone. Hey, this is my shampoo that I bought. placed it in the shower that only I use, and my sister took it and used it in another shower. She has done this before with other items, and my mom also thinks I did this as a way to teach her not to steal my stuff. I didn't. So yeah, the whole family's mad. Should I have told them about me putting hair dye in my shampoo? Edit. I'm not a victim of theft, and I'm well aware of that. LOL. Am I the a-hole? That was a fast one.
Yes.
Yeah, you think she is?
I think she should have.
Putting hair, she had to tell them that in her own shower that she uses alone, in her own shampoo, that she put hair dye in it. She had to make a big announcement?
Yes, but her sister has taken it before, so she knows there's a chance that she would. She knows that her hair will turn blue, so she should have warned her. So make sure you don't take my shampoo, because your hair will turn blue. Well, that rhymes.
I don't know. I don't know. Blue hair is kind of cute on me. I'll be fine with it. Just depends. No, it's wrong. It is kind of. You got to tell somebody. You can't just do that.
I agree.
Let's see. Okay. Am I the a-hole for asking my brother to move his wedding date farther away from mine? I've been in a relationship with my fiancé for 7 years. We broke up several times, but we always found a way back to each other. We've been through hell and back, and we're more in love now than ever. Okay. My brother Joey has been with this girl, Lana, for 5 years, and they've got 2 kids together. She got pregnant with their first kid only a few months into their casual relationship, and then they got serious after that. My family and I tolerate her for the kids. She's kind of loud, competitive, self-centered, and she copies me all the time because she's jealous, I guess. Last October, my fiancé finally proposed to me, and a couple of months later, to everyone's surprise, Joey proposed to Lana. He always said that he didn't want to marry her, so this is totally out of left field. Lana claimed that they agreed to get married for tax reasons and that they were in love too, but I call BS. She couldn't stand that I'm getting married first, so she forced my brother to propose. Next, she set their wedding date to 1 month after mine to one-up me, because that's how she is. I thought, this is not fair to our guests because some of them live out of town and they can't afford to fly here twice in 1 month for 2 weddings. My mom agreed with me, and we went over to Joey's house to talk them into pushing their wedding date out farther. Joey and Lana got very defensive. Lana said that she always dreamed of a summer wedding, and she had the perfect dress for it, which was bright white, and my mom made an unnecessary comment about how she shouldn't be wearing a white dress. It only pissed off my brother more, and he screamed at us. I tried to get them to understand that they already have a wonderful family life, a house, kids, everything, and I haven't gotten to start that life with my fiancé, so the least they could do is let me have my dream wedding in a place without her trying to compete with me. Joey called my relationship a sham, and he kicked me and my mom out of his house.
Ooh.
Joey and Lana aren't talking to us. They uninvited us to their daughter's birthday party next weekend. I just want us all to live in peace with each other without any competitiveness or ill feelings. I will apologize if I'm wrong. Am I the a-hole?
No.
You say no?
No.
Okay. All
I
right.
think that the girl should have, when she knew she was getting married, I mean, in the same family, it would be hard for guests to do that trip so close together. I think that she should agree to move it a little further out. I mean, these people were engaged first.
Let me do this. This is on the wedding of the brother. This is on now that I'm putting up. And the hair dye was a unanimous. She is the a-hole. Okay.
You know, the other girl, if she wanted to be petty, she could move her wedding up ahead of theirs.
Rich is like, you never do anything that would harm someone like the shampoo. Just hide your shite so people can't use it, for crying out loud. True Crime Girl said she didn't need to hear any more. She is the a-hole. But I think she's talking about the hair dye. Liz Top said, oh wow. Liz has no words. The poll isn't working for me, said a heart made wise. But I said, not the a-hole, but for the hair. Okay. What about for this? Sharon says she's absolutely an a-hole. Mary Warren says neither side is very nice. Rich says, no one-up, sister. Get a double wedding. She was not an a-hole. Wow, you guys are more understanding than I would think. Okay. All right. Her mother's definitely an a-hole, saying she shouldn't be wearing white. That was an a-hole comment.
That was an a-hole move.
Yeah.
Mother's the a-hole.
Okay. Am I the a-hole for only buying food my father cannot eat with my money?
Oh my God, yes.
I'd say before even reading this, probably yes.
Don't even go any further, yes.
I'm a guy, 16. I live with my dad. He's not a bad guy, but if you give him the chance, he will eat everything in sight. I try my best to do my share around the house. He works pretty hard, so do I. So I do most of the housework. It's just the two of us. I work part-time at a kebab place, and sometimes I bring home kebabs for us from work. One set for me, one for him. I always get the garlic cilantro sauce on the side because my dad can't eat it. So a few weeks ago, I did exactly that. I wasn't hungry, so I left them all in the fridge. When I got up to get my food, they were all gone. He ate everything.
Uh-oh.
So now I make sure my kebabs are soaked in the cilantro sauce, and he can only eat his. I buy myself snacks that I like, and I found out that they were disappearing from the pantry. My dad pays for all the household food, so I asked him if I could use the grocery budget to pick up those snacks, since he obviously likes them, and he said no. So now I'm shopping carefully, and I'm only buying snacks that have ingredients he can't eat. He has a soy allergy. I make sure that
he has a what?
A soy allergy.
Soy allergy.
Oh God, you'll kill him.
I make sure all my stuff with soy is well labeled, and I keep it simple in my room, away from the other food. I also picked up extra spicy snacks that he can't handle. He noticed that I wasn't keeping my stuff in the pantry anymore. He said I had to share, so I showed him all the ingredients on my stuff, and then I let him try my mildest spicy snack, and he drank about a quart of milk after it. He says he works hard to provide, and he deserves snacks. I agree. I've even bought him some he likes. And he didn't eat them all in one go. If he didn't eat them all in one go, they would last between grocery trips. My older sister called me and said I needed to smarten up. She said he feels like I'm picking on him. I'm not. I just don't want to get up and get something I know I bought and it's not there. Am I the a-hole?
Yes.
One. Yeah, I guess so, but he's
so
eating
mean.
the whole damn house. But he's eating the whole house.
That's borderline dangerous buying things that his dad is allergic to.
Was that one that just completed? Was that the wedding one?
What
I
one?
don't know which one that was that they just finished. Okay.
Oh.
All right, here you go. This is for the, I'm going to start putting a little reference. Dad snacks. Okay.
Why doesn't he buy his own crap? The dad, though. He could go out and buy his own, right?
Yeah, why can't he buy his own food?
Why is the 16-year-old doing the grocery shopping? The 16-year-old, come on.
Right? Why is he eating the 16-year-old's food?
That's weird. That's weird.
Well, I think the dad was an a-hole for eating both of the kebabs. He knew that it was his son's food. He should have at least asked him, do you want those kebabs? Can I eat them? He knew, like, he shouldn't have just gorged himself on them.
Yeah, I would put cilantro sauce on mine, too. Heck yeah.
Look at Rich. Chubby guy needs to go on a diet. The son is kind of an a-hole. True Crime Girl says he does buy his own food. She said he buys most of the food. Okay, so you've got 70% saying he is not an a-hole. Okay.
Trying to kill his father.
Okay, am I the a-hole for uninviting my friend to my baby shower after she tried to guess the skin color of my child?
What?
I'm a 30-year-old
What
female.
happened?
I'm a
Wait,
30-year-old.
repeat that, please.
It says, am I the a-hole for uninviting my friend to my baby shower after she tried to guess the skin color of my child?
Oh my God.
Okay. I'm 30 years old, named Angela. I'm a 30-year-old female. I met Angela, who's a 31-year-old female, in my first year of college, and we became close friends very fast. She was funny, kind, smart, but I noticed right away she had a big self-hate problem. Quite literally, on my first day of meeting her, when she went on a huge rant on the types of guys she could never date, especially men of my ethnicity. Since then, Angela has always made these types of comments. Her preference for mixed children, how she hates her darker skin color, what race of men she will and will not date, whether I either try to rebuff, don't be racist, your skin color's beautiful, you need to be more open-minded, and overall ignore, but she never said the comments maliciously to her, thinking this way as normal as breathing air. And I just hoped over time she would change, and I could influence her and challenge her old ways. I think it's clear. I'm here because she has mostly not changed over the years. It has made me reconsider my relationship with her several times, but I always decide against it because she is a great friend in other ways, just with a lot of short-sightedness in other areas. Fast forward to now, I have a baby shower coming up soon. The other day, Angela and I were having brunch, and we somehow got onto the topic of Serena Williams and her husband and child. Angela said they reminded her of me and my husband. I'm black, my husband's white. And then said something like, but I think your daughter's going to be lighter than hers because you're not as dark as Serena, so she won't come out too black. Everything about what she said, everything about what she said bothered me, but the whole notion of too black really got to me, which quickly made our little outing turn into an argument. I went home and I talked to my husband about it, and I later sent her a text telling her she doesn't need to come to my baby shower. To me, I just don't want that kind of thinking around my child, and I'm thinking it's time to end this friendship overall. I'm assuming Mama Bear mode has made what I put up with for years unacceptable for my daughter, who I don't want to absorb that kind of thinking. Maybe I acted rashly. Am I the a-hole?
No.
No, that's a resounding no. I don't even think I need to put up a poll on that one. That's a resounding no.
Beyond ignorance. Beyond ignorance.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. Am I the a-hole for not inviting my 8-year-old nephew to my birthday dinner? I'm 24, Guy. I'm throwing my own birthday dinner for my family and close friends this weekend. I'm moving out of state next week, and I wanted to hang out one last time with my entire family. However, I specifically told my sister, who's 35, under no circumstances is she to bring my nephew, who's 8, to the party. Here's why. My girlfriend is on medication, and she has gained a considerable amount of weight due to it. And he has taken to calling her fatty every single chance he gets. This is something she's very insecure about, and I know it hurts her feelings. The kid, too. The kid doesn't know how to share. If there's a dish on the dining table he empties the entire bowl onto his plate, and he throws a tantrum if someone tries to take it off his plate. One time I was hanging out with him, my sister, and my mom. I had exactly 5 leftover macaroons, so everyone could have at least 1. He grabbed the box. He ate them all, completely ignoring me when I told him he had to share. Almost every person in my family has tried to tell my sister that her son's behavior is not acceptable. And her only response now is that I can't help it. He doesn't listen, or he's just a kid. He'll grow out of it. So I told her, You either come alone to the party or don't come at all, but I don't want your kid there.
Ooh.
Of course, this led to her calling me immature, and I didn't care. However, it wasn't until my mom pointed out that I was a grown man excluding a kid from the party that I started feeling that maybe I was overreacting. I still don't want him at the party. What do you think? Am I the a-hole for excluding him?
That kid needs to learn some manners, I think.
No, I
that's
don't
not
think he's an a-hole
right.
at all.
You can't
I
have
don't
your
think he's an
kid run.
a-hole. I don't think he's an a-hole at all. He's protecting his girlfriend.
Yeah, the kid running
He's paying
around
for everything.
calling people
He's throwing
fat.
the party. He's the host. He's throwing the party. He's paying for everything. He has every right to invite who he wants there and who he doesn't.
That's true. I agree with that. Now, the kid shouldn't be acting that way at all.
No.
The mother's excuse saying he doesn't listen, that's like, so nothing is done ever. Like,
Right.
that's not being proactive in parenting, in my opinion.
No.
I don't think he's the asshole. Okay, let's see. Okay. Am I the a-hole for sleeping the whole evening away when my girlfriend's family came to visit? I think the title's self-explanatory. My girlfriend's family, they're quite upset with me, but let me give you a little bit of background information. I'm 25, a female. I'm currently a resident. My specialty is particularly a demanding one. I have 24-hour shifts every other day. I get to go on 72-hour shifts at the hospital with only a few hours sleep 4 times a month. I've been dating my girlfriend, 23-year-old female, for 2 years. Her parents and brother, 29, live in a different city. They were going to come visit us for a few days. My girlfriend had told me this beforehand. She obviously knows my schedule. I offered to help her before her parents got here. I only managed to get a few items, gifts, etc. Later, she told me to carry on with my routine and said that she'd handle hosting duties. I had one of those 72-hour nightmare shifts. We had countless admissions and I only got to sleep very occasionally. It's safe to say I was almost a zombie by the time I got home. After I got home, took a shower and told my girlfriend I was going to sleep a little bit. I set an alarm to get up and help my girlfriend in the kitchen, watch a movie or something. I slept through the whole day, got up around 10 p.m. When I went downstairs, I saw my girlfriend's parents and a brother. I had completely forgotten about the girlfriend's family coming over. They had a very unimpressed look. My girlfriend's mother told me it was extremely disrespectful of me to not be there to welcome them the first time they were coming over to visit. I got similar comments from all of them. My girlfriend said she purposely didn't wake me up because I was going to go back to the hospital in a few hours and I needed my sleep. Her family didn't change their minds. Her brother later told me privately that I was neglecting my girlfriend and being selfish in this relationship. He said his sister deserved much better than someone who wouldn't even acknowledge her family. I feel horrible about all of this. I asked a few friends, but they're all terrible when it comes to this kind of advice. I honestly don't know. Am I the a-hole? Edit. I was allowed to leave the hospital around 2 p.m. I got home at 3 p.m. I took a shower and went to sleep at 3:30 p.m. I set an alarm for 6 p.m., but I slept through it, and they arrived at 5.
No, she's not.
She's kind of a jerk.
Who's the jerk?
Well, it's not her. The girlfriend was okay. It's her family.
Oh no, the parents. Yeah, her parents are jerks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, that was
I
100%
feel bad for the girl.
of that.
She was really tired. You know, it's not like she
His
didn't want
girlfriend.
to. Like she didn't want to get up. She set an alarm.
Yeah. And she didn't want to get him up because she wanted him to sleep. Like the girlfriend was kind. Right.
Right.
This is, see what happens. All right. Okay. Am I the a-hole for telling my kids my wife went to the dentist? My wife and I have kids between 11 and 15 years old. Today I took her to the dentist because she broke a tooth. She added pulled, a fitting placed, don't know the exact term, but it's temporary under a full replacement. She's very anxious about the dentist, so I was with her, reassuring her, handling the paperwork, driving her to and from. I got her pain meds or antibiotics, and I'm taking all the parenting duties for the next 2 days or so. Wow. So what did I do wrong?
Wow.
I told my kids, Mom had a tooth pulled. Please let her rest this weekend. If you need anything, ask me. I knew she was weirdly embarrassed about an extremely common dental procedure, so I didn't mention it to anyone but the kids. While buying applesauce and microwave mashed potatoes for her, I started getting texts about how I betrayed her, how she effing trusted you to keep this private. On and on.
What?
I came home to her screaming at me that I was an effing a-hole, etc. To be clear, the only people who knew are the dental people, presumably the insurance people, my wife and kids, and myself. Also, it's a tooth extraction. So am I the a-hole for telling my kids my wife got her tooth pulled instead of just Mom went to the dentist and now she's in pain?
There's
No.
something wrong with this woman.
Yeah, he's not the a-hole. That's
She's
like
insane.
definite. That's
She
crazy.
has some mental illness
Yeah.
again.
She's a
Yeah.
Thorsey big gulp.
She's definitely the a-hole there.
Something.
Yeah. That's crazy. He was really nice to her. He still let her rest for 2 days after going to the dentist.
He loved her. He loves her. He
Getting
still
her all
loves her.
her food and waiting on her hand and foot and the kids.
She's
Yeah,
mental.
he loves her, but she's mentally ill.
Crazy. Let's see. Okay, girlfriend sleep. Not the a-hole one on that one. And then start the poll for this other one, the dentist one. Let's see. What is she so ashamed of getting her tooth pulled? Big deal.
I know, right? That's the
It is
weirdest thing
not
ever.
even a big deal at all. Not at
Okay,
all.
let's see now. She's getting it fitted for another one. It's not like she's like has gaping holes in her mouth. Okay, let's see now.
Even if she did, that's no way to treat her family. I'm sorry.
No, not at all. But I mean, to be embarrassed, like if she was embarrassed or something, I don't know. But there's nothing to be embarrassed about. What is she talking about? Okay. All right. Okay. Am I the a-hole for telling my fiance to shut the H up and stop talking about archaeology at a funeral?
Whoa.
I'm
Wow.
28-year-old male and my
Could you
soon to
repeat
be
that,
wife.
please?
Am I the a-hole for telling my fiance to shut the H up and stop talking about archaeology at a funeral?
Ooh.
Okay, this is a 28-year-old guy, and his soon-to-be wife, Phoebe, is 27. They have been dating for 4 years. They have quite an amazing relationship, to be honest. We were at a mutual friend's funeral, George, 27 male. The three of us met at college, and we basically became buddies from the get-go. None of us are archaeologists, by the way. Our BA was business administration. A couple of weeks ago, we were at George's funeral service, most of the time just us with his family. We were the only outsiders there. Phoebe, completely out of the blue, starts to talk about archaeology to George's mother. She started talking about some obscure South American indigenous mummy. In detail, she talked about an ancient native boy who was found buried with a purposefully punctured, broken Antara flute next to his mouth that they called a killed instrument, as it was meant to never be played by anyone else, in the same way it was played once by its owner. The flute was made of a stone called Carnarbolta, which means that it was made to last through generations, so it had to be broken on purpose. She talked about a connection between the flute and its owner being buried together, and the idea that the instrument was willfully broken in order to bring the instrument closer to his owner in eternity, achieving immortality for both of them by that irreversible action of breaking an instrument that was meant to last forever. I'm basically paraphrasing, but that was the idea. I can use some of her fancy words because she literally airdropped the article she was talking about right there at the service. I'm wasting characters on this just to let you know how obscure the conversation was. I get the idea, I get her intention. It is interesting for a college class. In the context of a funeral for our dear friend, however, I thought it was out of pocket and sort of distasteful, disrespectful to talk about that. George's mother was polite, and she asked some questions, but she was mostly quiet, just listening to Phoebe talking non-stop. Then George's father and brother approached us, and she was about to start to tell them the whole dang story again, and I quietly said, "Please don't." And she was about to start rambling, so I told her, "Just shut the F up, please." She didn't speak to me that entire evening. We talked about it later back at our place, and I explained why I reacted that way. She said, "Gotcha, you're fine." But she just acted differently to me since that day. One of my friends told me I broke her, and it does feel that way. It's almost like she's a robot and her software is malfunctioning. Tension is high for both of us, and George's death hit us hard. So I don't know if I'm missing something. Am I the a-hole? Edit. If I am the a-hole here, don't call my fiancé crazy or derogatory words. That's out of place, and I'm not here for that shite. I'm deleting this if you attack her. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Now let's see.
Is she the? I don't know. That's.
I don't think she's the a-hole. I think that she's at a funeral.
No, it's the
Sometimes
guy
you get-
saying, is he the a-hole?
Sometimes you
he-
get nervous. Sometimes you get nervous when you're at a funeral. You don't know what to talk about. You feel awkward. You're all in mourning. It's a very odd place to be. So maybe she was doing nervous chatter.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
and that's
exactly
what
what I
she was
thought.
doing to soothe herself. And we had no right to speak to her that way, no matter what she was doing.
I don't think so. I think, I mean, the mom would have been happy to speak with any one of his friends. I think that's how a lot of parents feel. You know, like
Right.
they just want to know everything. They want to hear everything.
Right. You should have never spoken like
Yeah, I
that to her.
don't think she should have said that to her at all.
It's very disrespectful.
Okay.
And don't forget, he lost a friend too, right, Elsie? It was his friend too.
Right.
Yeah.
Am I the a-hole for telling my friend to get a divorce? So today I'm flying back to my home city just to spend some time with my friends on Saturday. Let me see, it says we're 7. There's got to be something missing. We're 7. I don't know what that means. And it takes forever to plan anything with everyone now. Oh, I guess there's 7 friends.
We're
Okay.
7.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought they were like 7 years old. That's not making sense. And now that we started having partners and kids, so I told them 2 months in advance that I'm coming. They all put down the date and we started planning. Everyone's excited. On to the problem. Today, one of the friends said she can't come anymore because her partner is going out with his friends and that they don't have a babysitter for their 3 kids. His excuse, you ask? He saw that she had put the date down in the calendar, but didn't put a time, so he just assumed he could spend the day with his friends. In what world is that okay? And then she continues to say that it's not the first time and that she has to choose her battles in her marriage. Some backstop because this isn't their only problem. He literally has the same punishment as the kids. If he doesn't pick up and clean after himself, he calls it babysitting, his own kids. He will not put the kids to bed because there is always a game to watch, and cooking and cleaning is just that magically happens, and probably a lot more I don't remember or know about. So I called her, and we had a long chat, where I told her that it's about time she left him. She said she would think about it, but then a couple of hours later, I get a screaming phone call from him, calling me all sorts of names for involving myself in their marriage, and I pretty much said, well, this phone call pretty much proves my point on you being the 4th child, and then I hung up. Yeah, I know it's not my marriage, but I'm so sick of hearing about their problems and never seeing her anymore. She needs to know she has support when she finally figures it out. Am I the a-hole?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, like, that's between the husband and wife,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Not between the friend, like the. Mm, she kind of is. She shouldn't be interfering in that way.
Right.
Right. I agree.
Yeah, friends are here to like they love you unconditionally, and they're here to support you. And even if they don't agree with it, there still should be supporting of that friend. That's a real
Right.
friend.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Am I the a-hole for refusing to host my daughter's birthday party? I can't believe what time it is. Well, my daughter will turn 4 this weekend. We have 3 children under 4, and our youngest is very clinging 5-month-old who even refuses nap away from my arms, so I don't have a lot of time to myself, let alone to clean the whole house and make meals. I manage, but things are far from perfect. My mother, who happens to be overbearing at times, admittedly, offered to host her birthday party. Since I barely have any time to care for our house, I'm quite thankful for the opportunity. She wanted everyone to come, but my husband's side of the family refuses to come because they are uncomfortable at my mother's. Nothing bad has ever happened between them. And when my mom isn't nice, it's always to me, never to anyone else. My husband is disappointed that his problematic mother will miss our daughter's birthday. She always has issues with everyone. Before it was my father-in-law, and then it was with me, after it was my brother-in-law's girlfriend, and now she's chosen my mother. And he wants to host the birthday instead, but the party is tomorrow, and I don't want to cancel everything and take care of the whole thing because his mom has made up some issues. He's upset that I'm not willing to host the party at our place. Am I the a-hole?
A little.
Really? I don't think so. She's got 3
You should
kids
just
under
host the
4,
party
and
there.
she
It's his
can't.
birthday.
The house has to be. She probably have to work all night to clean the house and all of that stuff. It's not fair.
Have some people chip in. Ask the guy if he can chip in, get people together, help
Oh,
them
but
clean
she's
the
probably
house
got a
up.
big mess, and she's got to clean up everything, get all the food, get everything, because you're gonna have a 5-month-old that doesn't want to sleep out of her arms. Oh, I don't know. See what the chat thinks. Okay, let's see. Okay, one more for tonight. Okay. Am I the a-hole for refusing to go with my family on vacation if my boyfriend is not invited? Okay, she's a 29-year-old female. Family has always shown favoritism towards her younger sister and brother's partners. They treat them like family, but they don't hide their dislike of the partners I've had. Recently, my family has been planning a trip to Korea this summer. We will be visiting my grandmother's hometown as well as other areas. Problem comes with the fact that both my sister, 22, and her boyfriend, both my sisters. Okay, so their sisters are 22 and 23. She's 29. And my brother, 26. Their girlfriends and their boyfriends and girlfriend have been invited to go with us. However, they haven't extended that invitation to my boyfriend. When I brought this up to my mother, she told me it's because he's not a long-term partner. Well, I call BS on it. Yes, my siblings have been with their partners longer, but I've still been with my boyfriend for over a year. Personally, I think it's a race thing. My sister's boyfriend is also Korean, and my brother's boyfriend, her brother's boyfriend is Thai, while my boyfriend is white. My family denies this, and my grandmother says it's because he's disrespectful. The thing is, he isn't. Me and my siblings are all second-generation immigrants, and I never took much interest in the Korean culture. They, however, became obsessed with it at a young age. I just didn't engage much. Since it's not that important to me, I never told my boyfriend about any of our customs or what is and isn't appropriate to them. He's kind and nice to them. It's just that he's not Korean or even Asian. I kept pushing to bring him, and I keep being told no. So I said, if he's not going, then I'm not going either, which very much hurt my family. Family's important to them. I've had some time to cool off, and I feel bad for hurting my family, but I'm proud of myself for standing my ground. But I'm conflicted, so am I the a-hole?
Definitely. I think, in my opinion. Nicole?
My ADD got me, and I went somewhere else in my brain for a minute. It got me because I was like, what do I have to do today? I have to do this, and I have to do this, and I have to do... Yeah.
I would have an Italian father slap on the back of the head if I took all the food items. She's not an a-hole. It's Rich talking about the food items. Oh, you're talking about the little kid. I gotcha. The 8-year-old. Okay, everybody's saying no, she's not the a-hole. Okay. Okay, so you all pretty much unanimously agree not the a-hole on that one. I misbehave. Okay, so that was fun. Right? I think we'll go. This reminds you of Dear Deidre. Oh yeah, kind of. It's kind of interesting. Right? Was that fun? Let's take one more poll. Let's see if everybody liked it or they didn't like it. Good, Deb. There's always got to be somebody that doesn't like it. We went from 100 to 75%. Now we're up to 78%. Now we're down to 70% liked it. Can we get a few more likes on the video, please? That would be nice. To the 73% that liked it. $75 now. You loved it, Heart Made Wise. You enjoyed it tonight. Thank you, Liz Tops. Looks like Emmy enjoyed it as well. A few
I
more
enjoyed
likes.
it.
Let's get a few more likes, please. Few more likes. Lots of fun from Sharon. You're welcome, Liz. I gotta get some sleep too, Mary Warren. Alright, so we'll see you guys. Thanks. 79% like it. I'd like to see 80%, but we'll see. It was fun. Alright. See you guys tomorrow. Lots of love. Prayers for all that need them. John Wasaki, praying for you. I hope you got a good prognosis. Bye, guys. Love you. Bless.
Bye.